Mr. Justin Jones. None of these gentlemen have an attorney, and none of them have conferred with the Public Defender's Office. So, Mr. Haddad, how would you like them to reach out to you if they like a public defense counsel?
Your Honor, if it's all right with the court, I may physically just walk over there and hand them the application. I'm not sure if these are going to be Mr. I'm not sure who the solicitor is going to be. So I don't want to hold up the court. So whatever is best for the court.
Yeah, if you can come down and hand them the applications and just give them the contact email or number for them to reach you, that would be great.
That'd be fine, Judge. In the meantime, whoever the prosecutor is, if you can just email me on the county website, county email, your recommendations, if there are any, I can at least review it while I'm speaking to the clients.
All right. Who's prosecuting these cases this morning?
I've got number 21 through 23, Your Honor.
21 through. All right. So 21 is Mr. Henderson. What about 28? Leon Joseph.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Riley.
Yes, 24.
And what about 38?
Yes, that would also be myself.
All right. So Ms. Riley, if you could email your plea office to Mr. Haddad, and Mr. Henderson, if you could email or transmit the offer for James Chin. And gentlemen, the Public Defense Counsel will come down and give you some applications if you'd like the services of the Public Defender's Office. All right.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. This is going to be in a Raymond calendar. We call it affectionately our Orca calendar. Why is a mystery yet to be solved? But either way, if you are a defendant present with or without counsel, these are active pending criminal matters against you. So even during the course of this hybrid calendar, whether you are in court or whether you are appearing via Zoom, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case during the course of this virtual, recorded, and live stream proceeding, your statements will be recorded and will be used against you, especially by the prosecutors. You have a right to counsel. If you are not represented by an attorney, you have a right to apply for the Public Defender's Office. And if you do qualify, they will be glad to represent you. Otherwise, you have the right to retain a private counsel or represent yourself. If you choose to represent yourself, please keep in mind that you are responsible for understanding how the law applies to your particular facts of your case, or how it may impact any other open cases you may have against you. Now, I'm just going to do a roll call to get the status of the cases. As you can see, we have a couple of prosecutors who are on the Zoom. After the roll call and to get the status of the cases, we will we'll take a recess for the prosecutors to reach out to each attorney to discuss a possible plea matter or to a resolution of the case. I'm going to start actually with position number 10, James Harris, represented by Scott Childress. Anyone here for James Harris or in place of Mr. Childress? Mr. Henderson, I have a note that the defendant is deceased. I have no reason to believe otherwise, but you can definitely reach out to Mr. Childress if you want to verify that. Do you have any reason? Yes.
I just saw Mr. Childers earlier, just a few minutes ago. I don't know if
I'm on, Judge.
Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Oh,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Childress. Yes. Okay. So, Mr. Childress, your client unfortunately is deceased. Mr. Henderson, I'm assuming you're prosecuting this case. Do you have anything else to add?
Despite the fact that it's Mr. Childress on the case, I'm going to go ahead and all process that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Henderson. Thank you for that professional courtesy.
All right. On that note, this case is closed and there are no other further matters to address. I'm going to dismiss it under the current circumstances. Anything else to add, Mr. Childress?
No, ma'am. That's the only case I have on this calendar. May I be
All right, sir.
excused?
Yes, sir. And have a great weekend.
Thank
Take
you,
care.
Judge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Sure.
All right, and we do have a couple of cases as well in which interpreters are required. So do I have an interpreter on Zoom? Spanish interpreter at the present time? No? All right, let's move on. Position number 1, Victor Rodriguez, hyphenated.
Hello, Judge Law, Ray Lale here. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Henderson.
Good morning.
All right, and Mr. Lale and Mr. Henderson, I'll assume that both of you will have a chat afterwards with regards to this case. So please hold.
Yes, ma'am.
Justin Lee Adams, Mr. Benjamin Sessions. Justin Lee Adams.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I was having
That's
some
all
Zoom
right.
trouble this
No
morning.
problem. Mr. Sessions, you're present, and Mr. Henderson, and you will reach out. We will probably put you all in a breakout room for Mr. Henderson to have a one-on-one on with each of you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Welcome. Jakaiser Gripper Smith, represented by Mr. Conflict Counsel, Mr. Dennis Murphy.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning, sir. I understand that your client is presently detained at the Fulton County Jail on a new case. But if you'd like to remain, you can talk to Mr. Henderson to see how that matter may be resolved with regards to
Yes, Judge. Yes, I'll stand by. I have
Your
one
Honor,
other-
I showed a order signed by Judge Roth on March 3rd, 2021, allowing withdrawal of the public defender and counsel.
Yes, due to the fact that conflict had to be appointed and Mr. Murphy is conflict counsel. So he's standing instead of public defense. It wasn't a withdrawal of all, it was just a withdrawal of the public defender's office.
Okay.
Am I correct, Mr. Murphy, or were you
Yes.
supposed to? Okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Murphy is one of our appointed conflict defense attorneys.
I know that, Judge. I thought I'd seen that order and I
Yeah.
don't know what I was thinking, so.
No, that's quite right. So Mr. Murphy will have a little chat with you with regards to this 2018 incident. I believe that occurred sometime in 2018. So if y'all just look at the accusations, maybe this can be resolved in light of his other 2 open cases. Mr. Murphy, do you have this case numbers for his other cases?
I believe so, Judge. I believe so.
Okay, all right. If you don't, please reach out to Miss Brandy Bolton, and Miss Bolton is going to put her email, or she's on the chat. And you can reach out to her on the chat to get the case numbers. Position 4, Sarah Akerlin, represented by Dwight Johnson.
Good morning, Judge. Dwight Johnson from Ms. Eckerlin. She's
right.
on the call.
Valaire Dawson, please mute your screen. Valaire Dawson, please mute. Thank you. All right. Mr. Johnson, you're present. That's excellent. And did you already receive the video discovery from the state?
No, I never did receive the video.
All right. So we'll put you in hold to speak to Mr. Henderson. Position 5, Yanet Ramirez Portillo, Luke Del Porte.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Luke Del Porte for Yanet Ramirez Rodriguez. We haven't had much success in finding an understanding with the solicitor's office on this case. So I don't know if there's an improved offer from the solicitor's office today.
Well, we'll find out, sir. All right. And I believe the co-defendant or cross-defendant, Jonathan Perez Muniz, is represented by Mr. Toombs or Mr. Farnsworth. Excuse me.
Farnsworth. It's Daniel Farnsworth. Yes.
Yes.
I'm here, Judge.
All right. Excellent.
He's here as well.
All right. So, Mr. Henderson, you have both counsel to speak to with regards to seeing if we can resolve the case today. Omar Fuller, represented by Mr. Toombs.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hillman Toombs. On behalf
Good morning,
of
sir.
Mr. Fuller, he is present.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mr. Henderson, looks like you got a full slate. So we're going to see if we can get moving on these cases. Melvin Davis, Travis Blond.
I'm here.
Mr. Davis is present. This is Travis Vaughn, Your Honor, for Mr.
All
Davis.
right, great, thank you. All right, you will have a little confer with Mr. Henderson. Teosha Ford, Mr. Tom Thomas. There you are, sir. Okay, good to see you. Thank you. All right, you'll be speaking to Mr. Don Henderson very shortly. And position 10 has been dismissed. Position 11, Deandre Cosby. Deandre Cosby. Deandre Cosby, I do not have counsel. Deandre Cosby is not present at this time. Roderick Walker. Ms.
Good
Walker.
morning, Judge. That's me.
Rockwell? Yes,
Good to see
good.
you, Judge.
There you are. Okay, thank you.
It's
Ms.
Prosecutor.
Prosecutor is Don Henderson, so he
Oh.
will be speaking to you shortly, okay?
Okay, Judge, here's what's going on with me. I'm also in Judge Dunaway. Could I sign out and come back a little bit later?
All right. Mr. Henderson, please make a note that Ms. Rockwell is on hold to report for this case. All right?
Okay, Judge, I'll be back. Let me back in when I come back. All right.
Mr. Jordan, please let Ms. Rockwell in, depending on how you feel at that time. Okay, thank you. All right, Michael Jeffrey Bonds. Michael Jeffrey, represented by Douglas Davis. Mr. Davis has a leave of absence through March 4. Mr. Henderson, I don't know if you'll be able, is Mr. Bonds present? Michael Bonds? All right.
Burton, you meant Burton?
No,
Michael
Jeffrey Bonds.
Okay.
Bonds, like Bond Street or, okay. So Mr. Henderson, I'm going to reset this case to my next available date, which is March 4th. If Mr. Davis is available to appear on that time, his leave of absence actually expires on that day. So he may appear at that time and we can take it at that time, okay? Position 13 is reset to March 4th. 14, I have Little, middle initial R, last name Barber, Jr., Jason McClendon.
Good morning, Your Honor. That's my case.
All right, sir. We will have you speak to Mr. Henderson. Devontae Dixon. Devontae Dixon is represented by Jeffrey Dickerson, not present. Raymond Greer. If you are present, please unmute.
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
All right. Mr. Greer, are you the one in the green hoodie?
No, ma'am.
All right, all right. So do you have your video on, please? There you are. Okay. Mr. Greer, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am, not today. I was trying to get my my lawyer to come.
So you have an attorney, but the attorney's not here, or you don't have an attorney? Which one is it?
No, ma'am, I don't have him written out. Finna get him on the case.
And who's your attorney that you're planning to get on the case?
Terrence. I had to get all the information.
All right. If you want the services of the Public Defender's Office, we have Attorney Jawan Haddad online. If you want to reach out to him to get an application for services through the Public Defender's Office to see if you qualify. If you don't qualify, then you definitely need to get your attorney. And so do not leave the Zoom.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if we go back just a moment to position 15, Devontae Dixon.
Yes.
I have a note that there was an email from Attorney Dickerson regarding his client, Devontae Dixon, that he would be entering DUI court.
All right, let's make a note. If you can send that note, or did you get an email or a message?
Yes, it was an email.
All right, if you can send that to Brandy Bolton, please, into her email, that would help. And then
Yes,
we can take this off the Orca calendar.
Yes, Your
Right,
Honor.
Mr. Raymond Greer, please reach out in the chat to Attorney Jawan Haddad, Haddad, to see if you want to seek the services of the Public Defender's Office. All right, position 17, Thomas West. Thomas West. Ms. Riley, from which point do you start taking cases?
Your Honor, I start at position 24.
24, okay.
But
Thomas
I'm
West.
sorry. I also have an email regarding Mr. West. His attorney also emailed that he is in custody, but I don't have verification of that.
I have a note also that is he's in state prison. So I'm going to reset this case to March 4th to get an update. Is this attorney Andrew Wehunt? All right.
Yes,
So, all right, good. So this one's
Excuse me.
reset to you. All right, Andrew Wehunt. Mr. Valere Dawson. Mr. Valere Dawson, I thought I saw you here. Mr. Valere Dawson. Well, he was present. Hopefully he'll show up. All right, Mr. Valere Dawson, please unmute your screen. Valere Dawson. All right, as soon as you unmute your screen, we can have a little chat. Shanae Robinson, Shana Robinson. Shana Robinson. Not present. Jeremy
Your Honor,
Howard.
Your
Yes.
Honor, this is Valere Dawson, present.
Okay, and Valere Dawson, if you can start your video, do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I do not have an attorney.
Do you want the
However, I sent
service?
the paperwork?
Do you want the services of the
Ma'am.
Public Defender's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. On your chat feature, please reach out to Attorney Haddad to get the application to apply.
Ma'am,
You cannot.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
On the chat feature of Zoom. Can you start your video?
Yes, ma'am, I'm working on it now.
All right.
Okay, yes. Ma'am. Okay.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
On the chat feature of Zoom, it's where you
Yes, ma'am.
see start video. There may be 3 dots. You may have to click on those dots and you'll see the option chat. You can send in your email so that we can send you an application for the Public Defender's Office. You see it?
Yes, ma'am. Is that?
All
No,
right,
I don't.
please.
Can I please get help from my coworker?
Who's your coworker?
Yes, ma'am.
Hopefully he's a
They would
teenager
help.
because they're really savvy with this stuff.
Oh, no, it's not a teenager. Coworker's
All
not a
right.
teenager. Okay, can you please, okay, can you please? could you- Okay, she said that there's 3 dots. that
All
I
right.
need. Can you repeat what you
Please.
said, please?
All right,
Because-
so what's your
Yes,
name?
ma'am, I have
So
it.
what's your, okay, stop talking. What's your name, sir? What's your name, sir? All right. Get on the
Randy.
chat feature. Get on the chat feature. You'll see 3 dots at the bottom of the screen. You click on chat and reach out to Mr. Haddad, Haddad, with Ms. Dawson's email so that she can get an application to apply for the services of the Public Defender's Office.
Okay.
All right. With the host,
What's
please.
his name again?
Haddad, Haddad. Or just send it to everyone. Mr. Haddad will get the email.
I can. Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
With the host, please mute Valere Dawson. Thank you. Moving
Hi,
on.
Shana Robinson is here. I'm sorry, I couldn't get my mic to work.
Okay, good. You're present. And Ms. Robinson, do you have an attorney?
I'm just going to say no. I started with one, but he hasn't been active in a while.
If you want the services of the Public Defender's Office, please put your email in the chat feature to Attorney Jawan Haddad. And he will send you an application for the Public Defender's Office. Please mute your screen. Jeremy Howard, position 20. Jeremy Howard.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Benio on behalf of Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard is also present, and we're requesting a pre-trial.
All right. All right, Mr. Henderson, Attorney Ben Mozingo is present for position 20. Position 21, I have James Chin, who is in the courtroom, and you will get the application. Position 22, Jonisha May Ammons. Jonisha May Ammons. Jonisha May Ammons, not present. Shantae Stalls. Shantae Stalls. Attorney.
Good morning,
James
Your
Haney.
Honor. Lindsay Haney for Miss Stalls.
All right, Lindsay Haney. All right, Miss Haney, you will have a little chat with Attorney Don Henderson with regards to pre-trying the matter. Emily, okay, and that concludes the cases for Mr. Henderson.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Just a second. Mr. Armani, please mute your screen. Mr. Henderson, if we can place you in a virtual breakout room, and if you can just announce who would you, I guess you can announce, we can have Attorney Ray Lale in the breakout room with you first, and then we'll just take them, and then you can come back and ask for the next one in line. Would that work out? I'm sorry, you're on mute, sir.
That would be great, Judge.
All right. So if the host could place Mr. Henderson in a breakout room and first place position 1, and then attorneys, Mr. Henderson will come out and just call you one at a time. He's got positions 1 through 24. All right. And for those on positions 1 and 24 who are seeking the services of the Public Defender's Office, make sure that you put your email in the chat feature. All right, we are going to start with Prosecutor Ms. Denise Riley's cases. We've been with Emily Smith, John Burgess, I believe, is representing Ms. Smith.
Your Honor, Mr. Burgess did email yesterday wanting to have his client excused. I let him know that he would have to get permission from the court, but I couldn't excuse his client.
That's fine. Is Mr. Burgess present? Mr. Burgess? All right, I don't see.
I did see him. I did see him.
I thought I did.
So.
Yeah.
He was here when we started.
Okay, his client is here. All right. Ms. Smith, if you can reach out to your attorney, maybe he got dropped out of the Zoom link or maybe he's seeking a Zoom link. All right.
Should I just call him? Should I call him now and stay on?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
So, and please mute your screen. Thank you. So
Yeah.
Ms. Smith is present. And so
Your Honor, Radiant Young was not called. Dwight Johnson for Radiant Young.
I thought I did call your name.
Yeah, on one case, but I had 2 on the calendar.
All right.
Mr.
Yeah,
Radiant.
yeah, I'm going through the calendar, so I may have just called your
okay.
first case.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You have another client.
Please
Thank
hold
you.
for your other client for Mr. Henderson. Okay. Emily Smith is on hold for Mr. John Burgess. Sergey Mabel Yantz.
Your
Attorney
Honor.
Jack Spence. Thank you.
Jack Spence for Mr.
Yes, sir.
Martiance.
All
And
right.
We would like a pretrial.
Definitely. We have Prosecutor Denise Riley, who will call you when she is taking up the cases one at a time in a breakout room.
Will she contact me when she's ready?
Yes, as long as you remain on the Zoom, and she will either chat you or come back out into the main meeting and sound out for you. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. And may Mr. Malvoyance be excused while I do the pretrial, can be excused from the Zoom meeting. He is on the meeting with us now.
Any objection, Ms. Riley?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sergey may be excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll confirm with him.
Santiago Zanders, Marsha Ginyard, attorney. Santiago Zanders.
I'm here.
All right, Mrs. Sanders, you are represented by Marsha Ginyard. Where is she?
I did not forward her this notice. I didn't have the chance. I just got the notice yesterday. The mail.
All right, you might want to call her and let her know that she's expected on the Zoom link if she's still representing you. If she's not representing you, you are free to reach out to the Public Defender's Office to see if you qualify. And you have to put your email in the chat feature to Attorney Joanne Haddad.
Excuse me, Judge. John Burgess said that he's still on the call. He's having trouble unmuting himself. Should he log off and then try to sign back on to see if
that would be
fixes it?
best. That would be
Okay.
best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Reagans. Attorney Amanda Young. Attorney Amanda Young.
Hear you.
All right, Mr. Reagans, I do see you present. Do you have your attorney, Amanda Young? Mr. Reagans?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're represented by counsel Amanda Young.
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
Oh, there she is. Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Young, if you'd like to pre-try the case, Ms. Denise Riley will reach out to you. All right.
And Your Honor, I apologize. Actually, Deputy Chief Ms. McCutcheon will be handling that case.
All
Yes,
right.
good morning, Your Honor.
There she is. All right.
Yes.
So with regards to Aaron Reagans, Ms. Young, you will be speaking to Ms. McCutcheon in a breakout room. All right, as soon
Thank
as
you, Your
I'm
Honor.
done calling this calendar. Thank you. Leon Joseph.
Your Honor, I think.
Oh, sorry, you're in the courtroom, present. Yes. And Mr. Joseph, the Public Defender's Office will give you an application.
I'll be there in a few minutes, Judge.
All right, have a seat. I know, I keep thinking of him as Leon Collins. I'm sorry, it's Leon Joseph. Okay. Devin Anderson. Devin Anderson is not present. Nicholas Guerrero.
Morning, Your Honor. Kyle Jarsmick for Mr. Guerrero. He's on the call as well.
All right. And is this a conference with Ms. Riley or Ms. McCutcheon? Ms. Riley?
Ms. Riley, yes.
All right. Mr. Jarsmick, please hold. You will get into a pretrial breakout room with Ms. Riley. Okay?
Thank you.
German Stepanoff. Attorney Kevin Mooney.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, Judge. This is Kevin Mooney. I was sitting in the courtroom previously because
Yes.
I had court down the hall, but I'm now out on my own little Zoom.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Mooney, you will be having a little Zoom then with Ms. Riley down the road. Okay?
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please mute. Thank you. Katia Herculano Diego. Katia.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm here.
Steve Emmert for Mrs. Herculano. She's also present.
Stephen Emma. And that will be a pretrial with Ms. Riley. She will call you shortly. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you may mute your screen. Celia Reed. Stephen.
Good
Weinstein.
morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Miss Reed is in Europe, and so all we need, Judge, is this is a first offense plea that we've tried to enter for the last year or so. And so we just need a date. We have a recommendation that was fine previously. However, the court wants to handle that. I don't know if this goes back to Jay Roth or does this go to your next calendar?
My next calendar is March 4th, and we can either do the plea at that time in person or we can do an absentia plea.
That'd be great.
All right. Ms. Riley, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm
Position
glad
33.
No,
sorry,
I'm
sir?
sure she's glad to have one off her calendar.
Okay. So this is reset to March 4th for a plea in person or an absentia if Mr. Weiner gets the permission. All right.
Great. Thank
Your
you,
Honor,
Judge.
respectfully, Your Honor, if I can just inquire, Mr. Weiner, the previous recommendation you were giving, did that involve any jail time?
No.
Okay, all righty.
Because
Thank
it
you.
was a first offense plea and it
Okay.
was just the standard recommendations.
I got you. Thank you. Well, then Judge, the state's not opposed to the plea in absentia. Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Weiner, do you have any other cases?
That is it, Your Honor. Good to see
All
you.
right. Good to see you. Take care. Have a good one. Position number 34, I have Radiant Young. Radiant spelled with R-Y.
I'm here,
Yes,
Your Honor.
that's my case, Judge. That's my case. Radiant Young, he's present, Judge Dwight Johnson representing.
Yes, sir. All right.
We're going to plead not guilty, 10 days to file motions for discovery.
Just 1 second, sir.
I thought I filed a discovery motion on this. I'm looking at one in the file.
Well, I understand. One of the purpose of the Orca calendars is to see if the attorneys will be able to at least touch base and get a status or a snapshot of the cases. So yes, you did file a waiver of arraignment and so forth back in September of 2020. But today I'd like you to remain to have a conversation with either Ms. Riley or Ms. McCutcheon to see where we can go with this case. All right?
Okay, I'll stand by. Can
appreciate
Mr. Young be excused or?
Well, if you're comfortable with him leaving, I mean, if he has a relatively good offer, he probably needs to stick around so that you can get his input.
Okay, that'll be fine.
All right.
Hold on, Mr. Young. Okay, thank you.
All right, and this will be with Ms. Riley or with Ms. McCutcheon?
Would be with Ms. Riley, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Alexis Griffin. Alexis Griffin. Alexis Griffin, if you are present, please unmute and let me know. Not present? Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
On case number 1 on the calendar.
Yes, sir.
We have reached an agreement. It will require me getting the plea paperwork to counsel, and it also will require me adding another count, an amended accusation. So it's going to be hard to accomplish that today. So if we could set it down for a plea on the 4th.
Position 1 is reset to March 4th for a plea. Thank you, sir. And we'll need an interpreter unless it's an absentia. Okay.
And may I go to the breakout room on number 2?
Yes. Host, please place Mr. Benjamin Sessions with Mr. Henderson in a breakout room.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving back to position 35, 36, Destiny Fleetwood. Destiny Fleetwood.
I'm here. I'm here.
And Ms. Fleetwood, are you represented by counsel?
No, I submitted my public defender application 2 weeks ago, and I just resubmitted it again just now.
Okay. All right. So please hold for Mr. Haddad, if you could put your email or see if she has an application in.
Of course, Judge, just so the court would know, we do have somebody in our office. Last name is Fogel. She's on the Zoom chat. She should be the person to reach out. Fogel.
All right.
It's
I see it. I see it. Miss Fleetwood, if you've submitted your application. Yeah, Ms. Fogel, as your Ms. Fleetwood's application is being reviewed, so we are good. We're good.
How do I mute it in case I need to?
Mr. Burgess, I'm sorry, sir. Thank you for appearing. We'll be with you very shortly, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all right. If you could mute your screen, sir, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And moving back on to, and Mr. Burgess, you are on hold to pre-try your case with one of our prosecutors. They will come back out and call for you to go into a breakout room. But we'll show you every step of the way, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Alicia Hale.
I'm sorry, do I wait?
Yeah, you wait. Just wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Morning, Judge. Attorney Johnny Waller here for Ms. Hale. She's present as well. Alicia, if you can say something.
I'm here.
All right. And Mr. Waller, we are going to pre-try your case with Prosecutor Riley, okay?
Okay, Judge.
Justin Jones. Justin Jones.
He's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
That's right.
Your Honor, just so the court will know, I do have a legal secretary who's gonna stop by and give the applications for all three defendants in the courtroom.
All right, please hold, gentlemen. Someone's on the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Blake Bell, Mr. Gudice.
Good morning, Your Honor. Beth Jeffrey for Mr. Bell.
All right, and is that Mr. Bell in the room with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Ms. Jeffrey, and you are going to confer with Prosecutor Denise Riley, all right, as soon as she calls your case. So if you'd like to unmute and just wait till she calls up for your case, that would be great.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Tayon Peters.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Peters, you're represented by Attorney Christopher Tolles. Is Mr. Tolles still your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and was he informed of this hearing?
I'm here,
Yes,
Judge.
ma'am.
Oh, there he is. Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Tolles, you will be pre-trying the case with Attorney Riley from the prosecutor's office.
Okay.
Brandon, okay, you may mute your screens. Thank you. Brandon Ernest, Attorney
Yes,
George Stein.
Yes, Judge, this is Attorney Kevin Mooney in for Mr. Stein.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. That's perfectly fine. Mr. Mooney, did we already call? Yeah, we called you for another case, right? Okay.
Yes, Judge.
So are both your cases going to be with Attorney Riley?
Great.
All right. And when you get called in to discuss your other case, please make sure that you mention both cases. So, you know, you take care of both at the same time. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Roland Pruitt.
Judge, I'm sorry, this is Attorney Chris Tolles again. I was going to ask if my client, Mr. Peters, could log off. He's at work, and I will speak with Ms. Riley.
He's free to go as long as you're able to reach him.
I am.
In case there's a resolution that you need his permission. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roland Pruitt, Andrew Travis, attorney.
I'm here, Judge.
Roland Pruitt is present. And Mr. Pruitt, is your attorney Andrew Travis present, or do you have a new attorney?
He's present.
Oh, there he is. Are you on mute, sir? Your audio? All right. Mr. Travis, your audio is not connected. So you may either have to check on the audio features of your Zoom or leave and re-enter the Zoom and make sure you're connected to audio. All right. And he will be pre-trying the case with Ms. Riley. Almost there. Rashawn Sanders, attorney Jeremy Robinson.
Good afternoon, Judge Jeremy Robinson for Mr. Sanders.
Right.
We'll announce pre-trial with the state.
All right, and that will be with Ms. Riley.
My client should be available as well. I think he may have waved his hand.
All right, yeah, I'm not sure, but that's good. Rochefort, Brown.
Rochefort Brownell, Judge. Yes, I'm present, ma'am.
All right, let's, if the host could amend the participant name to his correct Rochefort Brown. And who's your attorney, Mr. Brownell?
About a year and a half ago, I was in contact with the public attorney office, but it's been off and on. I got a new phone, so I kind of lost communication. As of right now, I don't have an attorney.
All right, do you wish to seek out the services of the public defender's office?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you look at the chat feature on your phone.
Yeah, I saw the memo in there, ma'am.
Okay, so please make sure your email's there so we can send you an application to review and send back in. Please hold, okay? Mute your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Michael Burton.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, and who's your attorney?
I just applied for a public defender.
All right, have you already applied in the chat feature?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please hold until they respond to with regards to your application.
Okay.
And Kendale Bell. Candiel Bell.
That's my case, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Murphy, you'll be in pretrial with Ms. Riley unless you can resolve both with Mr. Henderson. That might be an option there. All right.
Mr. Henderson with both of them.
Okay, gentlemen and ladies, I do apologize, but we are doing this via Zoom, so at least you are in the comfort of your home, your office, or your car. The prosecutors will call you out one by one to pre-try the case. We are hoping that all these cases can be resolved today, and we are trying to get closure with regards to the matter. I am open to the concept of a non-negotiated plea as well, with regards to resolution of the cases today. So I am going to be in a brief recess. I am available, but I'll be in a brief recess while the prosecutors call out to the different attorneys to be put in a virtual breakout room. Ms. Riley, who are you going to call up first?
I will call my first case, Your Honor. That is Attorney John Burgess, Emily Smith.
All right. Mr. Burgess, you are going to be placed in a breakout room. You will get a message on your screen to say join breakout room. All right, just make a note of it. And please put Ms. Riley, Mr. Burgess, and Ms. Emily Smith in the breakout room. Yes, Mr. Sessions?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt there. On Mr. Justin Adams, who I was in the breakout room with Mr. Henderson on, we have reached a negotiated resolution on that, Your Honor. I know that he's busy with other people right now. It will be to a reckless driving, and we've negotiated standard DUI terms with a $700 fine. I was asking that the case be scheduled out for March 4th when you were putting it on the other calendar. Just so Mr. The reckless driving's already filed. There's already an accusation for it, but just to get plea paperwork in order, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to reset the March 4th for a plea. And I also welcome plea in absentia also. So take that into consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor. He does need to set up with probation in order to complete the victim impact panel.
Okay. So
he is already, yes, Your Honor. We negotiated for early termination after completion of that, but he needs to complete that condition.
Okay. So we'll see you on March 4th then. Is Mr. Adams on Zoom?
I believe that he's hopping back on, Your Honor. He was off for just a moment there whenever I called him.
All right. Or you can just let him know.
I will. Thank you so
Just
much.
let him know. March 4th at, I don't know what time. You'll get a separate notice. But I'm setting these all on a special calendar for just pleas. So, so if y'all are committed to a plea, this is it.
We are, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And Your Honor, respectfully, may I be placed into a breakout room on the Aaron Reagan's case with attorney Amanda Young?
Yes. Will the host please place Ms. McCutcheon, attorney Amanda Young, and Ms. Young, is your client with you?
He's not with me in the same space, but I think that I would prefer to speak with the prosecutor and then get back with my client.
All right. Just Ms. McCutcheon and Ms. Young in Ms. McCutcheon's breakout room. We can name them Henderson, McCutcheon, and Riley. Sounds like a law firm in the making.
Yes.
So. All right, folks, we'll be in recess. For those of you who are waiting on the public defender to review your application, please hold until they let us know until the public defense attorney lets me know whether it's yay or nay as to representation. And then if it's no, then I can move forward with your particular case.
And Judge, Judge, this is Attorney Johnny Waller. I'm sorry, I'm on Alicia Hale. I have another Zoom with state court at 1, just to give you a heads up. So I might have to pop up and pop back in.
Okay, that'll be fine. You know, unless you can keep multiple monitors open. So that's also an option. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Waller.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. So please hold until the prosecutors call you out. Thank you.
Judge Law?
Judge Law is at recess. Who would you like to be in a breakout room with?
Well, I did have a question.
Yes, Ms. Rowley.
So Ms. Smith will be entering a plea. I didn't know if I do have to send her and her attorney the paperwork, but do you want to do the pleas at the end, or did you want to go ahead and take their plea?
At the end, because you have all these other attorneys.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could please be placed in a breakout room with position 25, Attorney Jack Spence.
Your Honor? Did I hear my name?
No, Judge Jack Spence.
Okay.
Jack Spence, Attorney Jack Spence.
Your Honor, I'm right here.
All right, Mr. Spence, good. You're going to be placed in a breakout with Ms. Riley. And did you want your client in there too?
No, ma'am, I had, with your permission, we excused Mr. Malveillance. I can get him back
that's
if
right.
we need him.
No, oh yeah, as long as you are able to reach out to him, that would be great. Host, please place Ms. Riley and Mr. Spence. And Ms. Riley, every time you're done, you can just come out and just call out for the next case, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judge, this is Andy Travis. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, loud and clear.
I restarted everything, and whenever Ms. Riley is ready to talk, I'm back.
Okay, will do. Thank
and
you.
That's on Roland Pruitt.
Okay, she's taking them up one at a time, so please be patient. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
Judge?
Yes, Mr. Murphy?
Judge, I have brief announcements. I've concluded my meeting with Mr. Henderson.
Yes, sir. All right, just give me, okay, so I have Jakaiza Smith.
Yes, and the state's going to tender a null pros on that one.
Okay.
And then on the last position, which was 46, Bell, that's going to be reset to March 4th because we don't know anything about the case, Mr. Henderson or I. So March 4th, please.
All right, this is going to be reset to March 4th, again, to the arraignment calendar, okay? Because I've got some cases that have been reset for pleas, committed pleas. So this is just going to be back on the arraignment calendar.
That's right. That's right.
And we need a decision by then, all right?
Yeah, Judge, and I'll reach out to Mr. Henderson again because he has to reach out to see if he can confirm contact on that one.
Sounds good.
He doesn't have any at this time. Thank you,
All
Judge.
right,
That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Murphy, you have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. See.
Madam or Mr. Host. I know the judge is not on the bench. This is Michelle McCutcheon. I can go into a breakout room and speak with someone. Or is the judge going to come back out to hear the announcement on the Aaron Reagan? Oh, there you are, Judge Law. Hello.
I'm not far away. Okay. So what's the announcement in which case?
This is the Aaron Reagan's case. I believe it was 20. I'm not quite certain, Judge. Let me look at the calendar again.
It's 20 CR 001-442A.
27. Okay.
27.
Yes.
The state has made a plea offer to defense counsel. It's my understanding she wants to communicate that to her client. And And of course, the serious nature of this case, Judge, we'd want it to be reset for plea date so that the family can be present on the Zoom and provide victim impact statements to the court.
Okay. Ms. Young, I need you to get a committed response from your client as to yay or nay for this plea offer, and then I'll know which calendar to reset it to.
I'm here.
All right, so Mr. Reagans and Ms. Young, do you want to be put in a breakout room?
Sure, that'll work.
All right. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, can you call your next case?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I just ask you before we leave this case, Judge, will the court have a court reporter on the March court date for the pleas?
We can request one, yes.
If you would please, Judge, for the homicide by vehicle, I always prefer to have a court reporter. And additionally, I don't know if the court will impose jail, but I will be requesting on behalf of the state jail time. So the state would request a court reporter.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, let's see what we come back with first of all.
Yes, Judge. And I am ready. Whoever else is ready to pre-try with me. I think, I don't know if Mr. Henderson, Ms. Riley.
They are both in breakout rooms.
I'm
So,
back, Judge.
All right, Mr. Henderson is back. And who's your next case, Mr. Henderson? Is it Dwight Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's place Mr. Dwight Johnson in a breakout room with Don Henderson. And Mr. Johnson has two cases from Ms. Riley's slate, but Ms. Anderson, see if you can address both cases, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Riley is still in session. So let's see. I'm going to put Dwight Johnson with Henderson. And we have Mr. Luke Del Corte representing Yanette Ramirez Portillo, position 5, and Daniel Farnsworth, who is representing Jonathan Perez Munoz. They are either cross or co-defendants. Mr. Deporte?
Yes, Your Honor, co-defendants. Co-defendants.
Yes. All right. So will Mr. Jordan please place Galaxy A52, that's attorney Dwight Johnson, and Don Henderson in a breakout room, please. And Ms. McCutcheon, I'm going to give you positions 5 and 6, since they are co-defendants.
Yes, Judge.
All right. And Mr. Farnsworth, you will be in with Ms. McCutcheon shortly after Mr. Del Forte has a conference with Ms. McCutcheon. So since they are co-defendants, do y'all want to go in together? I just thought it would be better to separate.
That's fine, Judge.
Together, all three?
Yes. Yeah, to get just the attorneys, Judge, not the defendants. If I can just speak with the attorneys
Yes.
first.
I
Yes,
meant
That's fine with me.
just the attorney.
I don't have any objection to negotiating with my colleague.
Mr. Jordan, if you could please place Ms. McCutcheon, attorneys Del Forte and attorney Farnsworth in a breakout room, please.
Hey, Judge, I had a question. I'm sorry.
Just a second, just a second. All right, Mr. Brownell, what was your question?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently filling out this application for the public attorney's office, but I don't have all the information I have, and I'm currently at Concerta trying to do a drug test for my job. So I was wondering, could you guys give me about an hour or two so I can head back to the house and properly fill out the application? Because I don't remember like my case number and when I actually got arrested for the charge I'm currently.
Just fill out what you can and send it in. They're
Okay.
more interested in your financial qualifications.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Law, are you available?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I have a in-person calendar call in Forsyth County at 1:30 that I need to go to. I can check back in with Miss Riley after that, or
Yeah, that'd be fine.
have a phone call or call her on the phone if this calendar is done by the time I'm available. I know my client's case is not going to be a plea today. I know that because there's still some outstanding discovery. So
I'd like you to, so it's 12:32 right now. How far are you from Forsyth?
I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes. It's about a 40-minute drive.
Okay. Give it about 5 minutes, and if Miss Riley comes out, I'll have the host reach out to her. And your
Okay.
client is?
Nicholas Guerrero.
All right. And we'll send a note out to her that you just need the plea offer and that you will call back in. After how long is it? What are you going for? A bench hearing, a status hearing? What are we doing at Forsyth?
It's a jury trial calendar call, but I think it'll probably be a plea for that case.
Okay.
But I don't know in terms of with the other cases that are on that calendar. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Okay. Yeah, let's put it off till about 2 o'clock and come check back in with the Zoom.
Okay. And
Okay.
I can do it. I can do it from my phone there if it's
Yeah.
in a conference room in the courthouse or in my car or whatever.
All right. So presently I'll excuse you and then you'll reach out to her and we'll let her know that you will call back around 2 o'clock with the plea status. Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Jack Spence.
Yes, sir.
And I have had my meeting with Ms. Riley and we have not reached a resolution, but we're hopeful. So we do believe we need a reset.
Let me see. As soon as Miss Riley comes out of the Zoom, I'll be able to talk to her as well.
I'm here, Judge.
Okay. Miss Riley, first of all, we have attorney, oh my gosh, Jazz Marsnick. For, oh yes, for position 13, Guerrero.
Yes.
All right, I've just excused him. He's got a in-person calendar call in Forsyth County. So he will come back on at about 2 p.m. via Zoom.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
To retry the case.
Thank you.
Now, with regards to Mr. Spence, and that was a position 25, Mavelians. So what's going on? Well, what's the holdup on a possible plea?
Your Honor, it would have to get approval for the pretrial diversion program. And so due to the nature of the offense.
This case has been lingering since January 27, 2020. Y'all have already spoken to the victim. Have y'all gotten a report from victim advocate?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe there is, and it's siblings, which that is something that has to be approved by the director of the diversion program. Because normally family violence offenses are not eligible for our diversion program, but they will make an exception for siblings. So that has to take place.
Can you get your can you send the information to see whether they can review it and get approval? We're going to be here for about another 2-3 hours, so I'm happy to wait.
Okay, sure.
All right,
I can do
thank
that.
you. Send a quick note, Mr. Spence.
Yes, ma'am.
Please please hold until we get a report back from pretrial diversion as to whether they will accept the matter. Otherwise, I'd like y'all to go back in and see if y'all can resolve. Like I said, I'm open to non-negotiated pleas, so let's see if we can reach a resolution. I don't want to reset the case unless I have a committed plea.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I guess in the I'm hopeful that we can get pretrial diversion. If not, it's a trial.
I'm crossing fingers and toes for you, Mr. Spence. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. I think
right.
this would be, the community would benefit more from pretrial diversion than they would from the expense of a trial that I don't believe the state can win. That's up. I mean,
all right,
that's a
sir.
different.
All right. So we're going to hold on position 25 for approval on pretrial diversion. And in the meantime, Ms. Riley, you've already been given note about Mr. Jarsmik, excuse me.
Yes,
So he'll
ma'am.
return at 2 p.m. So your next case then would be with Marcia Ginyard, representing Santiago Sanders, who is present.
Yes.
Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All right.
Judge.
Have you contacted your attorney?
Yes, he should be present.
Your Honor, Rashawn Sanders, I think you mentioned a different name. My client is
I'm sorry.
Rashawn Sanders. You said Mr. Sanders. I think there may
Oh,
be a couple of-
Santiago Sanders. Santiago
Sanders.
Sanders.
Yes, that's me.
All right. Did you contact your attorney?
I did.
And?
I have not heard back as of yet.
All right.
Your
Now,
Honor, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I also have that he was doing a public defender application as well.
Okay, so we're going to wait for his public defender. So next one is, and Ms. McCutcheon has already addressed position 27. So
Okay.
you have,
So next would be Attorney Kyle Jarsmik on
oh, that,
position 30.
he's going to come back. He's going to come back at 2 p.m. So
Okay.
Kevin Mooney. Kevin
Yeah.
Mooney. All right,
Yes,
Mr.
Judge.
Mooney, you have 2 cases, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so please go in a breakout room with Miss Riley. Mr. Jordan, please place Miss Riley in a breakout room with Attorney Kevin Mooney.
Thank you.
Folks, if you could mute your screen if you are not active at the present time, thank you.
Your Honor, Jack Spence for position 25, Mr. Mavaliance, should I just stay on the line until we
Yes,
hear back?
stay on. I'm waiting on Miss Riley to send the note and then get your approval. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walker, your attorney Renee Rockwell did appear and she will be coming back soon after she attends another court calendar call. So if you could please place your screen on mute, that would be good.
All right, no problem.
Mr. Henderson, anything to report?
Yes, Your Honor, on case number 4, that's going to be a null pros.
All right.
And then counsel and I talked about number 34. I'd love to share with him discovery, but I don't know what happened
Judge
and I don't
Law?
have anything to share. So until I can investigate.
Judge Law?
Just 1 second, please. Yes, Ms. Gant? I'm sorry, we're talking about position 34, Radiant Young with attorney Dwight Johnson. Is Mr.
Yes,
Johnson?
and I looked into the discovery issue. We were supposed to give him video. There's some ransomware issues from the State Patrol, and the only charging documents were just somebody accused the case based on it saying A or 391A 1 through 5. So they just alleged 5 different ways of DUI and given me no facts. So
Okay.
I'd like to reset it to the 4th of March for me to fish or cut bait.
All right.
And
Is Mr. Johnson, did he leave the Zoom?
he was in the breakout with me.
I'm wondering whether he clicked the wrong button. I think he may have clicked. All right, if he
We
comes back
talked
out.
about the resolution for both those cases.
So on position 4 is a null pros, so we will get a null pros order from you. And for position 34, I'm going to reset it to the arraignment calendar on March 4th.
All right, Judge. I didn't leave the
Oh, there he
breakout
is. Okay.
Yeah,
excellent.
I'm sitting up here. Yeah, I didn't leave the breakout room. Okay.
Wandered all by yourself.
Mr.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah.
Henderson has announced position 4, Sarah Akerlin is null pros, so we will get a proposal from Mr. Henderson. And position 34, given the status of the lack of information from, unfortunately, the patrol services, we're going to reset that to the arraignment calendar at 9 a.m. on March 4th. And
March
the
4th.
state- Yeah, and the state will review the case to see whether they can move forward with a plea or otherwise.
Yes, and that'll be at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Oh, okay. Will notice be sent out on that?
Yes, you will.
Oh, okay. Oh,
All right,
may my
could you
clients be?
file an entry, please, in that case?
I filed an entry in the radio. Yeah, okay. Yes, there's an entry
Okay.
file.
Okay.
I'll
All right,
double check
sir.
that, but I believe I filed an entry on that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. You are free to go. Thank you.
All right.
All
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mr.
Bye-bye.
Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you send me
position-
with Miss Haney on number 23 and then Tom Thomas next?
All right. Ms. Haney on 23. That would be for Shantae Stalls. Lindsay
ma'am.
Haney, I think I saw her somewhere here.
Here.
There she is. Okay. So, Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson in his virtual breakout room with attorney Lindsay Haney. And then Mr. Tom Thomas, you are on deck.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge Law?
Yes, Ms. Gant?
Good afternoon. I have completed my interview with Destiny Forward, position, let's see, I believe 36. Position 36, and she qualifies.
Okay. All right, so with regards to position 36 is going to be Wanda Gant, and Ms. Gant, as soon as Ms. Riley comes back out of a breakout, you will have an opportunity to speak with her.
Right, thank you.
All
Your
right. So Ms. Destiny Fleetwood, please remain on the Zoom until the public defender's attorney speaks to the prosecutor and comes up with a decision.
Oh, okay,
Your
I
Honor.
got you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I interrupt? This is
Yes, Mr. Emmett?
Steve Emmett for Katia Diego Herculano.
Yes.
I have not spoken with Ms. Riley yet, but while we were waiting, I've spoken with my client, and she is maintaining her plea of not guilty and will not accept any plea. So I think at this point we could put this on the calendar for trial.
Well, do you know what the plea offer is so far?
There has been offers made in the past. I have not spoken with the solicitor recently, But
That's why we schedule these, so that we can get up to a bar on this one. I understand your client's reticence on this, but I'd like to have give both sides the opportunity to at least discuss this matter and see where they can go from there. And
Okay.
I know I've seen, yeah, I think this would be a good time for at least your client just to see what the state is coming up next. Are you waiting on Mr. Henderson or Miss Riley?
Miss Riley, Your Honor.
All right, I will see if I can send a message out to her to see if she's ready for the next case. All right,
All right, thank you, Judge.
thank you. Mr.
She's
Jordan,
still
if you,
working.
yeah, if you could
She's
just
still working
send
on stuff,
a,
Judge. I just talked to her.
yeah.
So she
all
said
right,
she just
thank-
needed a minute because she's trying to send the paperwork to the first.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Mr. Brownell, please stop your video so that we don't have to observe some confidential proceedings going on right now. I don't know what it is here. Thank you.
Judge Law.
Yes, Ms. Haney?
We have an announcement for Ms. Shantae Stalls. We are in the process of negotiating a resolution. I'm hoping that will be successful, but I would need a reset to talk to my client and also to get the paperwork together for her.
All right, if you can talk to your client and get a commitment to the plea, I can reset it to March 4th for on the plea calendar.
Okay.
All right. So
I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if I could get to the breakout room with Mr. Thomas on number 9.
Excellent. Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson in a breakout with Tom Thomas.
Thank you.
Your Honor, when the court's ready, we do have an announcement on positions 5 and 6.
Yes, I'm ready.
We may have a possible plea. The state's made a plea offer to counsel Mr. Farnsworth and Mr. Del Porte. They just need to communicate that to their clients. We're optimistic that we can resolve the case. I believe defense counsel would like the case to be placed on the March 4th plea calendar. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes, Judge, we're going to need an interpreter, and just give us time to go over the paperwork since there's an interpreter needed, all of those things. But I think we should have a resolution. I just need to communicate with the client.
All right, Mr. Deporte, are you present? Please start myself.
You're on mute.
Yeah, same announcement, Your Honor. I need to discuss this with my client and also be certain about the immigration ramifications that this would have, but I would like to be back on the 4th of March as well.
Well, I'd love to put you both on the plea calendar, but I'm only putting these cases on if there's a committed plea agreement.
Yeah,
So I need, so Mr. Deporte and Mr. Fonso, are you all both able to communicate with your clients individually or through someone in your office?
Yes, Judge, I'll do that right now and report back to the court.
All right, thank you. Same announcement, Mr. Del Porte. If you
Yes.
can get a committed agreement, then I can put it on the plea calendar for March 4th.
All right.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I just received a message in the chat from Ms. Young. I don't know if Ms. Young is on position number 27, Aaron Reagans. She may
Yes,
not be
I'm
back
here.
on yet. Okay, Ms. Young, did you want to update the court on your announcement?
Yes, Your Honor wanted us to make sure that if we're going to accept the plea so that she can go ahead and schedule it and have family here. So yes, my client is inclined to accept the plea.
All right, this is a committed plea. I am resetting it to March 4th. And we will have a court reporter present.
Yes, Judge. Does the
And
court
Ms.
want to, I'm sorry, Your Honor, does the court want to hear the state's recommendation?
Not at the present time. We will hear it on the day of the plea. And but the state will make sure they've contacted the appropriate family members to appear via Zoom.
Absolutely, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Young and Mr. Reagans. And we will see all of you on our plea calendar. I haven't got the time fixed yet, but it will be on March 4th before noon.
And Your Honor, just for the record, to make Counsel Young aware, the state's recommendation is based on a guilty plea. No NOLO, no first offender. That is a guilty plea.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We will see you all on March 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great one.
Thank
And Your Honor, I'm ready on position 32, Attorney Fallon Stimson.
All right.
Judge, I believe that's my case, Herculano. Herculano, I've taken over Miss Simpson's cases. She's was with the firm, but she took a position with another firm.
All right. Yes, it's Attorney Stephen Emmett. And did you want your client in there as well or just counsel?
I'd prefer just to talk with the solicitor initially.
Mr. Jordan, please place Ms. Riley in the breakout room with Attorney Stephen Emmett. And who were you in last with, Ms. Riley?
I was last in with Mr. Mooney.
All right.
Position 31 and 41.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
Mr. Mooney, what was the announcement on 41?
Judge, on 41, my client is not willing to accept the state's offer, and we would like to proceed to motions and trial.
Okay. That's going to be further notice to Judge Roth's jury trial calendar.
Yes, Judge. And for the other case, which I think is position 31, we have reached a negotiated plea. My client has agreed to accept it. I am forwarding him some plea paperwork to review, and we'll be prepared to present that to the court on this particular Zoom when you are ready for it.
All right. Well, I can't do it without Ms. Riley being present.
That's fine, Judge.
So as soon as they've concluded, then we'll do it towards the end. All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Judge.
So we'll take a plea today. Okay.
Yes,
thank
Judge.
you.
Your Honor, if I may be heard whenever the court can.
Yes, I'm just trying to make a note of all the cases, 31. Okay. And Mr. Haddad, just one second. Just one second. Ms. McCutcheon, are you ready to take another attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Andrew Travis, who do you have, sir?
Judge, I have Roland Pruitt.
Can you give me the last four numbers of the case?
I can. I'm going to look at my other screen. 3431.
Okay. 3431, and this is Andrew Travis, position 42.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. McCutcheon, I look forward to speaking with you shortly.
Yes, counsel. Okay.
All right, Ms. McCutcheon will be in a breakout room with attorney Andrew Travis.
Your Honor, I'm back with Attorney Tom Thomas,
Yes, sir.
and we have a negotiated plea. We'd like to set that down for the 4th of March. We'll be ready to go.
And just give me trying to find Mr. Thomas's case.
Number 9, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It's Ms. Ford, Teosha Ford's the defendant, Your Honor.
I see it. Teosha Ford. Okay. And Mr. Thomas, you confirmed that there is a committed plea for this particular case?
Yes, I'm sure we'll be able to get this to work.
All right. It's a March 4th plea calendar. I do not have the time, and we will address it then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Mr. Henderson, we are ready with, let me see. Ms. Rockwell, are you back yet? Renee Rockwell? No? Okay. Douglas Davis has been reset to March 4th. Jason McClendon? Jason
Yes, Your Honor.
McClendon?
I'm
All
here.
right, sir. Thank you. Mr. McClendon is position 14. And if we can place Mr. Henderson, Mr. Jordan, in a breakout room with attorney Jason McClendon.
Your Honor, Lindsay Haney on Shante Stalls.
Yes, position 23. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
She is going to accept the plea if we could set that for March 4th.
All right, I'm putting this down as a committed plea, and this will be on the March 4th plea calendar. All right, we will send you a notice and it will indicate the time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be
All right.
excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Haney. You have a great day. Thank you.
You as well.
Your Honor, this is John Burgess on, I think it's
Apologize, Judge
position
Long.
25.
Mr. Henderson is in a breakout room with,
attorney Jason McClendon. Okay, sorry about that, Mr. Burgess. And remind me again, who was your client?
Emily Smith, I think she's position 25.
Thank you. Not quite. 24. All right.
That's close.
Yes, sir. That's close. Very close. Thank you.
We reached a resolution on this case. The state sent me the paperwork. The problem is got the wrong defendant in there. And is it possible to reset it to March the 4th? Because she actually lives in Miami, and I can get the paperwork overnighted to her and back.
All right.
And then we can do the plea.
Let me just clarify something. So you got the plea paperwork from the state, which I'm assuming is Ms. Riley. Are the terms of the plea correct?
Well, they're not actually in the form. And what happened was no fault of theirs, I don't think. It was just they got the wrong case number and the wrong defendant.
Okay.
And I was just thinking that to expedite it, because she is out of town, she's from Miami, we could get it all finished up, and then we could come back on the 4th. And
but as to the essential terms verbally.
The terms right now, it's going to be she's pleading to count 3, which is reckless driving, not to the DUI. And it's the same conditions as a DUI. She's got to do risk reduction, $700 fine. And
no, I meant, are you comfortable that you've got the correct terms on at least to convey to your client?
Oh, absolutely. She's on it. She's online here with us.
Okay, and she has agreed to those terms, and so
that's correct,
but you
Your
just
Honor,
but you
and
just need the correct paperwork. That's all.
That's all.
Okay, I'm going to reset this to my committed plea calendar on March 4th.
Okay.
All right, and Ms. Smith would need to appear via Zoom as well as you, and we will address that plea. And I'll make a note to see if Ms. Riley can send you the corrected paperwork.
Yeah, and it's no fault to hers. They're just overwhelmed.
Appreciate you seeing that. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Mr. Burgess, thank you, and practice Zoom. It gets to be fun.
Well, I do a lot in federal court, and I do a lot, but I just had a Zoom breakdown.
Oh, that's okay. We all have those moments. Thank you.
All right, so we're excused.
Yes, sir. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. All right, let me address Justin Jones, position 38.
Your Honor,
Yes, I'm so sorry, Mr. Haddad. Did we like skip over you? I'm so sorry. I know you
no,
called
that's
in
okay, that's
earlier.
okay. Since you called Mr. Jones, that's what I want to let the court know. He does not qualify, Mr. Jones does not qualify. Since he is physically present in the courtroom, I'm not sure, and there's no prosecutor, I'm not sure if how that's gonna work, but he
That's
does
fine.
not qualify, so.
We'll take care of it. Thank you. Mr. Jones, if you could please, if you could come forward to the podium right here. Thank you. All right. Yeah, right there. So, Mr. Jones, I'll just remind you that you do have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Since you don't qualify for the public defender's office, have you ever shopped for a private attorney?
Never.
Never, okay. And I would like you to stay to speak to the prosecutor to see what they're offering you. And if you're not comfortable with their offer, if you want an attorney, I can reset your case one time for you to get a private attorney. Otherwise, you can ask for a trial in this matter. All right. So if you please remain in the courtroom. Yeah. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah, but it's about to die, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. That's not a problem. About to die. So make sure it's off right now. So at least you have some power to speak to the attorney when needed. All right. And as soon as one of the prosecutors are available, I'll have them talk to you. All right. Please have a seat.
Your Honor, may I interrupt one more time?
Yes, Mr. Emmett?
Your Honor, this is for Herculano Diego. I've spoken with Miss Riley, and we have not been able to reach an agreement. And so I think this will have to be put on the trial calendar.
Okay. So position 32, and is this something that a non-negotiated plea could be considered?
Your Honor, based on the circumstances of this case, no, not at this time.
All right. So I'm going to further notice this to Judge Roth's jury trial calendar. Has all discovery been resolved? All discoveries up to date?
I'm waiting on some audio recordings, and Miss Riley's made a note to get that to me.
All right. Okay. All right,
Do you
good
have
luck
any?
with that.
Do you have any idea when this might be put on the calendar for trial?
No, I'm afraid I don't. But
Okay.
I think if you reach out to Judge Roth's litigation manager, Lee Reed,
Okay.
you'll be able to get a better estimate than from me.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. Thank you.
Maybe excused.
Yes, Mr. Emmett. Thank you, Ms. Herculano. Your attorney will advise you of the status. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Hey, Ms. Rockwell, Mr. Henderson is still in a breakout room, so, and we've got a couple more ahead of you.
Okay, that's no problem, Judge. I just want to tell you, I'm done with Judge Dunaway, and I'm gonna stand down till I hear my name.
All right, thank you. All
Thank
right,
you.
Still Attorney Toombs, you will be next with Mr. Henderson, and then Attorney Glenn.
Okay, Judge, thank you.
Attorney Glenn is next, and then after that will be Attorney Mosingo. And then Ms. Rockwell.
Judge, can I report back to the court?
Oh, yes, Mr. Farnsworth. Just give me 1 second to write this down. Okay.
Yeah, no
yes,
problem.
and going back to position 5 and 6, is Mr. DeForte back as well?
Looks like he's not. I'm happy to wait.
You're-
Just let me know what you want.
Your Honor, this is James Elliott. I'm here for Mr. Dixon today. You said you were calling Devontae Dixon, Your Honor. My name is James Elliott. I'm representing him
Oh,
here today.
okay. Yeah, no, I didn't call that, but please hold. You're waiting on
Oh.
Riley, correct? No, I was calling for Attorney Del Forte.
I apologize, Your Honor.
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Mr. Farnsworth, what's the announcement for Perez Muniz?
The state and defense have reached a negotiated plea in that case, Judge. The state's going to amend the charge to a fray. It's going to be 11 months on probation, 10 days to serve, reduced to time served, $500 fine, no further contact with the victim, the family violence intervention program, and then contact with the kids is going to be through a third party.
Okay. And
so that
are they
my
ready
client
to take a plea today or March 4th?
Judge, that's the one where, because based upon interpreter issues and going over the paperwork and all that, we'd ask that
That's
it
right.
be moved to the March 4th one.
It'll be reset to the March 4th plea calendar. Okay. I will send you a time. It should be before noon. Would that be all right?
Excellent.
Okay.
That'd be wonderful, Judge.
Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. You have a great.
Absolutely.
weekend.
May we be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm ready to speak with position 34, Attorney Dwight Johnson. Radiant Young is the defendant.
Mr. Johnson has already conferred with Mr. Henderson because he had one
Okay.
other case. And so position 34 is going to be reset to the arraignment calendar on March 4th. They're waiting on some body cam video information. So your next case would be Miss Wanda Gant for Destiny Fleetwood, position 36. And then after that, it would be Johnny Waller with Alicia Hale.
Yes. So I believe Miss Fleetwood had a public defender application.
Yeah, no, it's been
just says it's
approved.
the wrong password.
All right. So Miss Wanda Gant, are you present? Okay.
Yes, I am, Your Honor, and
All right.
she is
We'll
approved.
put you in a breakout with Miss Riley. And then after that, you have Miss Jeffrey for Mr. Bell.
Mr. Johnny Waller for Alicia Hale.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you will be there with Miss Riley shortly.
It must
Okay.
be completed at a Georgia.
I don't know who's talking, but Miss Riley, if you could, Mr. Jordan, if you could place Miss Riley in a breakout with Miss Wanda Gant. And Miss Fleetwood, your attorney will speak to you shortly. Okay, please hold.
Okay.
All right. Position 40.
Judge, I'm sorry if it's a bad time, but I've just come back from meeting with Solicitor McCutcheon. Nope. I can't hear you, Judge. I'm sorry.
That was position 42, I believe, and that was for.
That's right, Judge. Pruitt.
Roland Pruitt, okay.
Yes.
And yes.
Ms. McCutcheon conveyed a plea offer to me that I'm going to have to get in touch with my client. He had to go back to work. Get in touch with him, convey to him, and discuss. I'm happy for Your Honor to put it on whatever calendar you feel appropriate. If you put it on the plea calendar, I'm happy to announce if we're remaining there or going elsewhere, or if you'd rather send it back to Judge Roth and it ends up being a plea, then I can make arrangements to have it back in front of you at your pleasure.
Well, I'd like to keep it here if there's going to be a plea. So rather than, the whole idea is to try to alleviate the docket on Judge Roth so that we can start the jury trials there.
I'm happy to have it stay wherever you want it, and I will make an announcement to you and your staff just as soon as I talk to my client.
Can you do it today? I mean, can you get a commitment within the next hour?
I think the discussion of what it means might take longer than today. I can certainly tell him about it today, but I don't know if he'll be able to tell me his choice today.
This will be a final reset to the arraignment calendar for March 4th. And if it has a plea, then good. If it's a trial, then it goes back to Judge Roth. But on March 4th, we need a final decision. You have the plea offer and so forth. So we'll take it at that point.
Yes,
okay?
and Judge, who is it that I can email with exactly what we intend to do with this case on that day?
Contact Michael.Jordan at fultoncountyga.gov and CC Brandy, BRANDEE .Bolton at fultoncountyga.gov.
That's Michael.Jordan and Brandy with 2 E's .Bolton.
Correct.
And
Thank you, Judge.
for the record, counsel, I will go ahead and reduce to writing the plea and send you the plea paperwork. But I just want to say for the record that if your client appears on March 4th and he rejects the state's plea offer of reducing this DUI to a reckless, then that plea offer is rescinded.
That's fair. I'll email you so you have my contact info.
Sounds good. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, Mr. Travis, you have a great weekend. Thank you.
Good day to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. McCutcheon, on position 6 with Mr. Farnsworth, we've reset it to the plea calendar of March 4th as a committed plea.
All right.
So Mr. Del Forte, counsel for position 5.
Yes, Your
what's
Honor.
your announcement, sir?
This is the situation. My client wants to talk to her immigration attorney to be certain that she's making the right decision. I have also tried to call her. She's having a surgical procedure today. So I can't give a 100% certain response. I think it will be a plea, but I need to talk to that immigration attorney. Could we get a solution just like the one I heard right now? If there are any changes, it's going to be yes initially, but if there are any changes, can I communicate them with Mr. Jordan and Ms. Bolton and Ms. McCutcheon as well? Is that possible, Your Honor?
That would be fine, but actually I'm more optimistic than you. So I'm going to put it on the committed plea calendar for March 4th. And you will be sent a notice and we'll see if we can resolve the case at that time.
Excellent. We're doing all we can.
Perhaps if you have any hangups about the proposed plea, you can reach out to Ms. McCutcheon.
Yes, I have all the emails and I'll be in touch with everybody without any doubt. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good weekend.
Yeah, good day.
Thank you. All right, Ms. McCutcheon, I have Attorney Gant on position 36.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you be able to take that case?
Yes, I can speak with that attorney.
All right. Mr. Travis Glant, I'm sorry. Glant.
Sorry, it's actually Glon. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking.
Glant, okay. Attorney Glant is representing position 36, and we have, no, I'm sorry, that was the wrong case number. Attorney Glahn is for, I'm sorry, who's your client, sir?
It's Melvin Davis, Your Honor. It's 19 CR 003137A.
3136, oh, position 39, okay, excuse me. Okay, I thought it was Beth Jeffrey for that. Oh, I'm sorry, position 40. Okay, I'll get these numbers right eventually. Sorry about that. Position, no, that's, well, what's your client's name again?
It's Melvin Davis. It was in the first half of the calendar. It was supposed to go to Mr. Henderson. I think you had me on deck for him, actually. And he's back.
Position 8, sorry. Okay, got it. This is going to go to Ms. McCutcheon. And Mr. Jordan, if you could put Attorney Travis Glahn and Ms. McCutcheon in a breakout room regarding Melvin Davis.
And Judge Law, I have an announcement on a Little Barber's case. It's either position 14 or 15. I apologize, I don't remember.
No, that's okay. Whichever number you remember, that would be better than my guess.
Judge, let me,
14.
before he makes that announcement on the
Yes,
same
sir.
number 14.
Yes, sir.
I read about 30 pages of a report that basically got around to just a simple fact. I'd like to revise my recommendation to 12 months to serve, no time to serve on the loitering and prowling, just 12 months probation and null pros the criminal trespass. I've just found a note that I made to myself that the victim did speak with us and said he wishes the defendant well, no hard feelings. And so based on that, I originally was recommending time to serve. But the facts of this case don't warrant time to serve, especially if the victim's, wishing the defendant his best.
Okay. So you want 12 months probation? Any objection to non-reporting?
Not at all, Judge.
All right. And Mr. McClendon, if your client wants to report the first time, then after that, it will be non-reporting probation. Is that something your client would like to consider?
I'm going to have to talk to him about that.
All right. So we're going to hold on your client's approval for that.
Okay. I will come back in a few moments and update the court.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Position 14, we're going to hold for approval. Mr. Henderson, may I place you in a breakout room with position 7, Mr. Toombs?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me just finish.
Yes, sure.
I'll finish my notes as I'm headed there.
All right, no problem, no problem. Mr. Hillman Toombs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. All right,
Yes.
in just a few moments, you'll be placed in a breakout room with Mr. Henderson.
Your Honor, may I make a couple of brief announcements?
Yes, Mr. Haddad, yes.
And I apologize, unfortunately, I can't CC the state, but I did send you an update on a couple of the cases. One does not qualify, the other one does qualify. I just want to let the court know, and I do have an additional thing that I want to ask the court.
All right, so with position 21, James Chin, we will place you in a breakout room eventually with Mr. Henderson.
Great, thank you.
All right,
Judge.
and then position 19, she does not qualify. So Shanae Robinson. So I will speak to her shortly. All right. Thank you, Mr. Haddad. Yes, anything else?
Yes, Judge. On position number 28, Joseph, Leon Joseph, I'm so sorry. He's in,
okay.
I cannot, I called him, but he's not answering. He's at the courthouse. He's right outside.
Let me clarify on Leon Joseph. The person who appeared in the courtroom, Leon Joseph, is not Leon Joseph, position 28.
Right, thank you. I just, the middle name and the date of birth did not match. So, so I guess he is, the Leon W. Joseph is not in court.
Correct.
And I guess we'll just, whatever the court, and resetting it for a later date or however that's gonna work, so.
All right, yeah, exactly. All right, so we'll hold for any other cases. Mr. Mooney, did you have a report for your second case?
Sorry, Judge, I lost the camera here.
No
The,
It was
we have,
German Stefano.
yes, we
doing a
have
plea
completed,
today.
we've completed the paperwork for that, and he's prepared for a plea when ASG Riley is available out of a breakout room.
Okay. And you had one other case that was null pros, correct?
Now, the other case we announced ready for motions and trial, and you indicated it would be transferred back to Judge Roth.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep track of.
Yes,
your
ma'am.
cases. Okay, thank you. We're doing a plea on position 31. All right, please hold on
Yes.
until Ms. Riley is available.
Thank you.
Do I have any prosecutors who are available? No, not right now. Okay, folks, we'll still be in the holding pattern there. Thank you. All right, Mr. Henderson, did you have an announcement on Mr. Toombs' case, position 7, Omar Fuller?
Your Honor, I've made an offer and they have rejected it, which I can't say that I blame them. And it probably needs to go back to a jury trial calendar.
All right. Mr. Toombs, is he back from the breakout?
He was with me.
All right, I'll let him know that it's further notice to a jury trial. Your next case is with Mr. Mozingo, position 20.
Okay.
Mr. Mozingo representing Jeremy Howard. All right.
Yes, thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson in a breakout with attorney Ben Mozingo. All right, while we're waiting, Ms. Shayna Robinson. Shayna Robinson, position 19.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson, you do not qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office. So you have the option of speaking to the prosecutor today to see what their resolution is for your case. you have the absolute obligation to not accept any offers from them. And I can reset your case for a final time for you to retain an attorney so that we can have an idea of what you want to do at your next court date. Otherwise, you have the option of representing yourself, knowing that you need to understand how the law applies to the particular facts of your case. How would you like to proceed?
I would like to talk to,
The prosecutor?
yes, ma'am, just to see what my options are.
Okay. If you like to hold, I will have you in line to speak to one of the available prosecutors. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Haddad, I've got you in line to speak to Mr. Henderson after Ms. Rockwell.
Thank you, Judge. I'm here, and if the court would allow me, I've been trying to reach Valaire Dawson. She's on the Zoom, but she won't answer. The number that I have is apparently not accurate. So is Ms. Dawson, can you hear me? And I also sent her a chat.
See. Ms. Valaire Dawson, if you could please unmute your screen and start your video. Valaire Dawson. All right, well, we'll wait till the end of the calendar and see if she responds.
Okay, Judge. I know she was struggling earlier and she got a coworker to assist her, but I'm here, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right. Attorney Dickerson, Mr. Dickerson.
Your Honor, this is James Elliott. I'm here for Mr.
All right.
Dickerson today.
Thank you, thank you. And I think that was what the confusion was. We had an initial announcement for Devontae Dixon that he was going to be admitted to accountability DUI court.
He is applying, Your Honor. We're putting his application together. Should
Okay.
be submitted first thing next week.
All right, is this something you need to discuss with the prosecutor at the present time, or?
I don't believe so. Probably not until we get the DUI court application turned in.
Okay, but you've not filled it out, or you, when can we anticipate that being submitted?
It should be submitted first thing next week, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to reset this case to March 4th arraignment calendar.
All right. Yes, Your Honor.
And if it is admitted into the DUI court, then it's just a question of removing it off the calendar. If you get confirmation that your case has been accepted into DUI court, please contact Brandy Bolton, BRANDEE .Bolton at fultoncountyga.gov to confirm admission to DUI court and to remove it from the March 4th calendar.
All right. I think that is actually, I apologize. You know what, Your Honor? I might ought to speak to the prosecutor if there is one available. I
That's
apologize
fine. That's fine. Not a problem.
as I think about this.
All right. You'll be speaking to Attorney Henderson.
Attorney Henderson. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Judge Love, I have an announcement in the Fuller case.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Henderson and myself, we pre-tried it and we are not able to reach a resolution at this time. So we are requesting that it be placed back on the jury trial calendar.
All right. Granted, you will get notice from Judge Roth's case manager.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all.
Thank you.
Be excused.
Yes, sir. You have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. You too, Judge. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm now ready to speak with position 37, Attorney Johnny Waller for Alicia Hale.
All right. Any announcement on position? Which case were you with?
I was with Miss Gant with the Public Defender's Office on
Oh,
Destiny
yes.
Fleetwood.
Yes. Any announcement on Destiny Fleetwood?
Yes, Your Honor. These cases, I guess it's technically, they were just on status calendars before. So this is the first arraignment. They do not have discovery because we also discussed her other two applications that are in my half of the calendar. So all three of those need discovery. That would be Miss Fleetwood, position 36, Mr. Brownell, position 44, and Mr. Burton, position 45. And she is still speaking with Mr. Brownell and Mr. Burton.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Just a minute. What position was Brownell?
44, Your Honor.
44. And the other one?
Burton was 45.
Okay. Okay, so on Fleetwood, we're going to reset it to March 4th for the arraignment calendar, pending discovery being submitted and sufficient time for it to be reviewed. Mr. Waller, you're going to go into a breakout room with Miss Riley. But before we do that, I think Mr. Brown, someone called Armani's iPhone has a question. Who is this, please?
This is Roster Barnell, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Brownell, what's your question?
Oh, no, I didn't have a question. I was just heard my name being called. I was trying to see what was being said about my case, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No problem. The public defense attorney will get in touch with you. If you want to remain on the Zoom, she will get in touch with you shortly. All right.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Brownell, I sent my number in a chat. May you give me a call in a moment?
Yes, ma'am. I could do that.
Did you receive it?
No, I'm about to look in the chat right now, take a
Okay.
screenshot of it and shoot you a call.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Jordan,
ma'am.
please place Miss Riley and Miss Attorney, Mr. Waller, Johnny Waller, into a breakout room with regards to position 37. And Miss Gant, Destiny Fleetwood's case is going to be reset. Miss Gant, are you with us? Yeah.
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Destiny Fleetwood, position 37 is going to be reset to March 4th arraignment calendar. And with regards to position 44,
Hello?
Mr. Brownell, I am, were you, and I believe the report was she was going to send you additional discovery. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but just for clarification, I still am reviewing applications for Brownell, Burton, and Greer, but we were being proactive.
All right, and so with regards to Brownell and Burton and Fleetwood, you're not confirmed whether the public defender's office is representing them?
Fleetwood is confirmed, and I am in the process of reviewing Brownell and Burton. It will not take me very long. I've had the applications, I just have questions.
All right, and all right, we will hold on Brownell and Burton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do I have any prosecutors who are present right now?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state has an announcement on position 36 and defense counsel, Mr. Glon. Defendant Roland Pruitt, number 36. Unless I'm, oh, you know what, Judge? I believe I may be mistaken on the number.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Travis Glon represents Melvin Davis.
Number 8.
Position
Yes.
number 8, yes. And what's the report, please? Is Mr. Glon here?
There we are, Judge. It kind of froze for a second. Technology is
No
wonderful.
problem. Yes, what's the announcement?
Yes, Judge, we've reached. Sorry, there we go. There we go. We've reached an agreement with the state here. We're asking to put it on the March 4th calendar. I actually have to be up in front of Judge Lyles this afternoon in Paulding to resolve a case that's on the trial calendar for Monday. We got some paperwork to fill out, but we have an agreement, I believe, on this case, and we should be able to get it resolved on the 4th.
All right, we'll do a committed plea on March 4th. The notice will be sent to you and to Ms. McCutcheon. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Glon. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you.
You too, sir. Take care. Ms. McCutcheon, I have Ms. Rockwell, position 12.
Ms. Rockwell, is she back yet, Your Honor?
I believe she's on hold.
Okay.
And she represents Roderick Walker.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Judge, can I sign out for a second? I have a little tiny bit of an emergency. I'll sign right back in.
Okay.
Okay. I know
all right.
y'all are running down to the dregs. I'll just give me 1 second.
All
I'll
right.
come right back.
You are on hold to speak to Ms. McCutcheon.
Okay, okay. No.
All right. So we're going to put position 12, Ms. Rockwell. Ms. McCutcheon. Ms. McCutcheon, while we're waiting on Ms. Rockwell, I think you might do, if you can do a quick conference with attorney Mr. James Elliott on position 15.
Okay.
There was an announcement, it was going into DUI court, but I think Mr. Elliott has indicated that he just wants a word with the prosecutor.
All right, that'll be fine, Judge. Number 15.
Yes. Mr. Elliott, Mr. Jordan,
Yes, Your
please
Honor.
place James Elliott and Ms. McCutcheon in a breakout room, please.
Hey, Judge, this is Destiny. Do you still need me to stay on?
Ms. Fleetwood, I believe you are confirmed represented by the Public Defender's Office, and you need to be back on the Zoom on March 4th.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
All right, you too, thank you.
Hey, Judge, do you need me to remain on the Zoom?
Have you been confirmed by the Public Defender's Office?
I sent my own application in. No one haven't got back with me.
Okay. I cannot release you until it's confirmed unless you want to represent yourself.
No, ma'am.
Your Honor,
right.
I think Ms. Gant's got the application.
She does.
And
She's reviewing them.
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll be in touch with them soon.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Judge.
Who's speaking, please? Yes, Mr. Brownell?
Yes, ma'am. The public attorney office said she had put a number in the chat. I don't see her number. Could you get her to please post it again so I could give her a call? She wanted me to shoot her a quick call.
All right, we'll do so.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I'm still waiting to go into a breakout room on position number 15.
All right, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, please place Ms. McCutcheon in a breakout room with James Elliott. He's already there. He's probably wondering why he's hearing crickets right now. Okay. And Mr. Haddad and Ms. Gant, if you could send Mr. Rocheport Brownell the number to which he can communicate with Ms. Gant.
I sure will, Judge. I'll send them the information.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Henderson is available now. Mr. Henderson, you were discussing the case with Mr. Mazingo, position 20. And what's the announcement?
Your Honor, his client was there with him. We pre-tried the case. We've reached an agreement. I need to just formally get him the amended accusation. He just filed for the discovery, but we I believe, agreed to a plea on the 4th of March, but I don't see him. Is he?
He's
That-
with us, yes. All
That's
right.
correct, Your Honor. We do agree and just need to run through discovery with my client and all that good stuff in preparation for March 4th.
All right. Your case with Jeremy Howard is going to be reset to March 4th plea calendar. And hopefully we'll resolve the case at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all
Thank
for
you.
us. May we be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Honor.
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Mr. Haddad for James Chin.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson in a breakout room.
Number,
with,
Judge?
Oh, sorry, this is position 21. And Ms. Jeffrey, you are next after Ms. Riley is done with Mr. Waller.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. And just to give, after Ms. Jeffrey, it's Mr. Tolles, Mr. Anderson Travis, and Mr. Jeremy Robinson. And I will see if I can alternate Ms. McCutcheon with those cases.
I'm sorry, Judge Mr. Henderson is supposed to be in a breakout room with him.
Yeah, Mr. Henderson's going to be in a breakout room with Mr. Haddad. Joanne Haddad, Public Defense, and Mr. Henderson. And Mr. Spence, were you waiting on a plea to take a plea at the end of the calendar?
Your Honor, we were waiting to find out whether they will allow my client, Mr. Mavalyant, position
pretrial
25, to
diversion.
enter into pretrial diversion.
All right, and I believe we're waiting on Miss Riley. So as soon as she pops back up, please chime in also just to get an update, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm back on Hale, and I just asked to go in a breakout room with her to discuss the offer, if I can.
Breakout room with your client. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, if you have a moment, I need to place attorney Johnny Waller in a breakout room with just Alicia Hale, Hale. Is she listed as Hale?
Yes, she was earlier.
Yeah, here she is. Okay. Ms. Hale, if you could start your video, please. All right. And we will place you in a breakout room with Mr. Waller.
Your Honor, I have position 38, Justin Jones was in the courtroom.
Yeah, but your next client, your next person you're speaking to is Beth Jeffrey for 39.
Yes, for position 39. Okay, I just didn't know if I didn't speak with Ms. Gant about him, so I didn't know if he was assigned to Mr.
No, Mr. Jones is waiting to speak to one of the prosecutors, but before I release you to with Ms. Jeffrey, any word yet on pretrial diversion for Attorney Jack Spence?
No, Your Honor, I've emailed the director. However, today is her official last day. She's going on to the magistrate court bench, so I'm not sure. And the person taking her place, I could not find an email address for her. So I did send an email. I did copy Deputy McCutcheon as well as Mr. Henderson.
Okay. Mr. Spence, I'm so sorry for that. I didn't realize there was this situation.
Yes, sure.
We're going to reset your case to March 4th, and we'll get a definitive reply by then if pretrial diversion is a possibility. Otherwise, if you get a response in the interim that pretrial diversion is not a possibility, and you instead like to make a demand for a jury trial, please go ahead and file that submission to michael.jordan@fultoncountyga.gov and ask for the case to be removed from the Orca calendar.
Your Honor, this the March 4th is at 9 a.m.
It's at 9 a.m., but like I said, if in the interim you get a decision that pretrial diversion is not an option, then you can go ahead and ask for the case to be further noticed for jury trial. Unless
pardon me, Your Honor, does the court have is there a hearing time later in the day on that day?
11:30?
Yes, ma'am, that would be ideal.
Okay, and I do beg your pardon, but what was your client's name again?
His name is Sergey Mavalyants, Mavalyants.
25.
Position 25.
Okay, so this is going to be further notice to the March 4th, 11:30 a.m. calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, sir. Good luck. Thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge.
Miss Riley, is she in the breakout room with Miss Jeffrey? All right. And is Miss McCutcheon back? Miss Rockwell, are you back? She's not back. Ms. Jeffrey, have you had a chance to speak to Ms. McCutcheon?
I spoke with Ms. Riley.
Oh, Ms. Riley, okay.
On number 39.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the announcement?
She had sent over an offer, which is not, my client's not inclined to take. I talked to her about a reduction or alteration of the charge, and she was not inclined to do that. So we will not be able to resolve it.
All right. This case is going to be, and Ms. Riley, it's not possible to resolve position 39 with Mr. Bell?
No, Your Honor, not at this point. There haven't been any motions. Ms. Jeffrey mentioned wanting to speak with Mr. Henderson, which I don't have an issue with if she'd like to do that.
I can put you on hold to speak to Mr. Henderson. He's almost done.
All right, that's fine, Your Honor. I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Judge Lau, are you there?
I am here.
Hi, this is Attorney Johnny Waller on Alicia Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
it sounds like we're gonna have a plea on that one. So I was gonna ask, since we've already been on here since 11:30 today, if we could put it for the 4th, to give us time to get the plea paperwork completed, because she'll need to go on probation to do her community service. She believes she's already done the drug and alcohol evaluation and the risk reduction. I don't know if you want to wait for
No, I can reset it to a committed plea calendar on March 4th, 2022.
okay. And
And
I'll
you will
just
get it. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll just email the ASG and let her know that I need the plea paperwork that she's
Okay.
agreed.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Will it
do you
be
need anything else?
Will it be at 11:30 again?
I couldn't tell you the time right now, so, but
Okay.
it'll be before noon.
Okay, gotcha.
All
All
right.
right. So
Thank you,
maybe we
sir.
excuse us.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Ms. Riley,
Yes, Your Honor.
so Attorney Jeffrey is moving to Mr. Henderson. Your next position is Mr. Tolles, position 40.
Yes.
Mr. Christopher Tolles, representing Tayon Peters.
I'm here, Judge.
All right, sir. We'll be in a breakout room with Ms. Riley.
Okay, great.
Mr. Jordan, if you could please place Ms. Riley and Mr. Chris Tolles in a breakout room.
Okay, Judge Long.
Yes, Ms. Gant. Have you conferred with Mr. Brownell and Mr. Greer and I'm not sure who else you were conferring with? Ms. Gant? You're on mute, Ms. Gant. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. I was speaking, but did not realize that you could hear me, but I've had a chance to touch base with position 16 Greer. He qualifies, and I would need to speak with the ASG and
So that would be Mr. Henderson, and I put you down for that one.
and Brownell, position 44.
Yes.
And Burton, 45, both qualify.
All right. So you would need to speak to Ms. Riley or Ms. McCutcheon.
When we were in our breakout, we spoke already, Your Honor. Our discussions were just pending whether or not each client qualified.
Okay, so what's your announcement for, so you're waiting to speak to Mr. Henderson about Raymond Greer. Okay, so we are still going to hold on that. Position 44 on Brownell. I'm assuming you've already had a conversation. He qualifies for the public defender's office, and that's going to be reset to March 4th arraignment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because you're still waiting on discovery. And
Yes.
Michael Burton, is that going to be, what's the status on that one?
We are still awaiting discovery, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to further notice that to March 4th arraignment calendar for resolution pending receipt of discovery.
Okay.
All right, so that should give you all plenty of time to see if a resolution is possible. So
Okay.
Mr. Burton and Mr. Brownell are free to go. And Mr. Haddad, do you have a resolution with Mr. Henderson?
I just got back, Judge. I needed to speak to my client, but I think we're gonna be able to work it out.
Okay, that's good. Is
So
Mr. Henderson back?
he should be soon. So I'm gonna jump on the phone to talk to my client, Judge.
All right.
Excuse me, Judge, you said I'm free to go?
Yes, Mr. Burton, you're represented by the Public Defender's Office. Your next court date is March 4th, and you will get a separate notice of hearing.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Mr. Henderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
With regard to the case you were just talking to, position 21, Mr. Haddad is speaking to his client, James Chin. Meanwhile, Ms. Beth Jeffrey with Mr. Gudic's office would like to confer with you. Position 39.
Okay.
All right. So Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson and Ms. Beth Jeffrey in a breakout room, please.
Your Honor, I have an updated announcement on position 14.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. McClendon. Yes, what is your announcement for little, I think is it Randolph Barber?
Correct, Little Randolph Barber Jr.
Okay,
We will be resolving that with a negotiated plea that Mr. Henderson was telling the court earlier. I've had a chance to thoroughly speak about this with my client, and he's indicated that he would like to accept it.
all right. Would you be doing the plea today towards the end of the calendar, or would you like to do it on March 4th?
Whatever's easiest, I can do it today.
Well, I've got quite a few attorneys. I have Mr. Mooney, who's waiting for a plea to take up at the end of the calendar. I cannot guarantee that we'll reach it within the hour.
Okay, well then I'll take the next date, that's fine.
March 4th, I don't have a time, but please appear for the plea with your client.
Will do. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber, you're excused.
Mr. Haddad, I know you're on the phone, but I think we see Valera Dawson come back on the Zoom.
Ma'am, I'm here. Ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, we don't, public defense attorney, Mr. Haddad was trying to reach you, but the number provided was incorrect. Can
Okay.
you tell me your correct phone number?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my phone number is 404-202-3192. The reason why.
404.
Yes, ma'am. 202.
202.
Yes, ma'am. 3192. That is my correct phone number. The reason why you couldn't get in contact with me is because I have AT&T phone service. So because I have AT&T phone service, I have prepaid. So I have to renew my prepaid. It just went out today. So I'm going to renew it, and I have AT&T service with the chip.
All right, we'll
So,
let Mr. Haddad know. He's talking to a client right now, so we'll let him know what your phone number is. Please hold. Thank you.
Okay,
And
ma'am.
make sure that he can receive your call.
Okay, ma'am.
Make sure he
Your
can
Honor.
receive your call.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
Yes.
I was saying that my phone is going to say that it's off, but I have to renew my card with AT&T, and I can't do that until later today when I get off work. I do collections.
Do not leave the Zoom conference then.
That's now I'll be on this phone right here.
You have to remain on the Zoom. Thank you.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Riley, what's the announcement with position 40, Mr. Tolles?
Yes, with Mr. Tolles, I believe they want to proceed to a trial calendar, Your Honor.
All right, this is Tayon Peters. And Mr. Peters, is there not a possibility for a resolution or a non-negotiated?
It's a DUI case and they're not willing to reduce it, so we're going to move to trial.
All right. Further notice to Judge Roth's jury trial calendar. Okay, thank you, sir. You and Mr. Peters are free to go. All right.
Thank you.
Miss Riley, your next case is with Anderson Travis, position 42,
Yes, Your Honor.
and Mr. Andrew Travis. Andrew Travis? Andrew Travis? Right, while we're waiting, Jeremy Robinson, are you present? All right, position
Yes, Your Honor.
43. We'll place Mr. Jeremy Robinson in a breakout room with Miss Riley, please, with regards to Rashawn Sanders. Ms. Jeffrey, going back to your case with regards to Blake Bell, what's the announcement?
Your Honor, we have reached an agreement for a plea on that matter. It does need to be reset for documents.
Case is going to be reset to March 4th plea calendar. Notice will be sent out to both you and your client.
Thank you, Your Honor. That completes my business. May be excused.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jeffrey.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Ms. McCutcheon and Mr. Elliott, I'll be with you shortly. Mr. Henderson, your next case, you had it with Mr. Jeffrey.
With Beth Jeffrey, yeah.
Oh, that was over. All right. Your next case is with Ms. Gant on position 16. Ms. Gant? This is regarding Raymond Greer.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Henderson in a breakout room with Ms. Wanda Gant. All right. Ms. McCutcheon and Mr. Elliott. I'm still curious to know whether this case can get into DUI court. Do we know how many prior DUIs Mr. Dixon has had, if any? I'm sorry.
He's had enough to qualify.
I'm sorry?
He's had enough to qualify him for DUI court, Your Honor.
Actually, 4 within a 10-year period, Your Honor. Yes.
He clearly qualifies for DUI court.
Yes.
going to go ahead and transfer this case to DUI court.
And Judge, can we, just respectfully, Your Honor, sometimes these cases will sometimes get lost in translation or lost in transport. Can we have maybe the March 4th date for a follow-up to make certain that the defendant has actually been assessed and evaluated and whether or not he's been told he is or is not in the DUI court, so we don't languish and we don't know 3 months down the road the status of the case?
I've got confirmation that Judge Roth is going to make sure the transfer takes place.
Okay.
So it's going to be placed in the DUI court. So this case, position 15, is being transferred to DUI court. I will follow up with an order as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Elliott, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jarsmick, I'll be with you shortly. Ms. McCutcheon, with regards, is Ms. Rockwell back?
I'm back, Judge.
All right. Mr. Jordan, if we can place Ms. Renee Rockwell and Ms. Michelle McCutcheon in a breakout room with regards to position 12.
Okay.
All right. And Mr. Haddad, Ms. Valera Dawson seems to be having telephone issues.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I believe she's going to qualify from the application. If we can reset it to any date, just give me an opportunity to speak to her in the event that we're going to resolve the case.
I can place you in a breakout room right now to speak to her.
Oh, great. Okay. I misunderstood. I apologize. I thought she was unable to, I got you.
All right, Miss Dawson. Miss Dawson, I told her to stay on the Zoom. Don't tell me she dropped out again. Oh, she dropped out again.
And
All
Your
right.
Honor, since
If she comes back in, then you can talk to her. Otherwise, I'll have to reset it to March 4th. All right.
Sure,
All
Judge. And I just want to let the court know on position number 21, I'm filling out the paperwork. It's going to be a plea. He's physically in the courtroom, Judge. I can use my express permission. I went over the plea sheet with him, but we're ready. I just don't know procedurally if you want me to go ahead and fill everything out.
If you have his express permission and you've gone over the paperwork, he can be at the podium and we can take the plea at that time.
Okay, I'll email, let me finish it, Judge, and I'll email it to Ms. Bolton.
All right. Mr. Chin,
We
will take your plea today, okay? Is that correct, Mr. Chin, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. So Valera Dawson is not present. And we're taking Mr. Chin's plea in court today. And just for your notes, Mr. Haddad, Ms. Dawson's number, once she gets her prepaid card renewed, is 404-202-3192.
Thank you, Judge. That's what I had. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Jarsmick, you are back from Forsyth County? All right.
Yes.
I just have to recollect which position number this was.
This is, I believe it's around position 30 to 35. It's Nicholas Guerrero is my client.
Okay.
I'm still in the Forsyth County Courthouse, but I'm in a conference room. But
Okay. Position 30. All right. And you are waiting to speak to Miss Riley, is that correct? Oh,
Yes.
You were waiting to get confirmation about a plea offer.
I was waiting to speak to Miss Riley.
Okay, so as soon as Miss Riley is available, we will have you speak to her.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anderson Travis. Attorney Anderson Travis. I guess that case has been further notice to March 4th for Raymond. So we can take it up. Jeremy Robinson is in consult. Rockwell is here. I can only take the pleas once the prosecutors are all released. So if everyone please be patient, I really truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, Ms. Ginion?
Hi. Yes.
Hi.
Hi. I represent Santiago Zanders. I apologize for being late. I did not receive the notice, but we are announcing that this is a jury trial matter at this point. We're still open.
Have you received any offers recently?
We have received offers, an offer from the state, probably about a year or so ago.
Okay, so you'll need to stay and speak to either Ms. Riley or Ms. McCutcheon, or even Mr. Henderson, whoever's available. And we'll see what's new on the plate today, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have about a 5-minute break?
Oh, sure. And then after that, you'll be speaking to Mr. Jarsmik from position 30.
30.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Jarsmik, if anybody wants to take a break, please let me know so I'll know to hold for you.
Your Honor, I do have an update on 16.
Yes, Ms. Gant.
We are not in a position to move forward. We have not received the discovery, so I'm requesting to reset this case to the next calendar.
This is a final reset to an arraignment calendar pending pending discovery. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Guerrero, have you spoken to your client as well?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Guerrero, next court date is March 4th, and we'll send you a notice. I'm not sure of the time at the present.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're free to go. And you're represented by the Public Defender's Office. Remember that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Riley and Mr. Robinson, what's the announcement on position 43?
Your Honor, I'd ask just so that I can relay the offer to my client, but I'm certain we have a negotiated plea.
All right, we'll hold for your report. Thank you.
Is it possible, Your Honor, to be placed in a breakout room with my client?
Oh, yes, of
Sanders?
course. Rashawn Sanders, which
Yep,
one?
it says Sean's note 10, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, if we could place Attorney Jeremy Robinson and the Zoom panel identified as Sean's note 10 plus in a breakout room, please.
Your Honor, has Mr. Jarsmick returned on position 30?
Yes, I placed him in a breakout with, is Mr. Jarsmick still here?
Yes, I
All
am,
right.
Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jarsmick, I'll place you in a breakout with Miss Riley.
Okay. Thank you.
Jordan, if you place Kyle Jarsmick and Attorney Denise Riley in a separate breakout room, please. Mr. Henderson? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have Attorney Marcia Ginyard, position 26. I know I told you Jarsmick, but Miss Riley just took Mr. Jarsmick.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so it's Marcia Ginyard. And do you see her? All right, and she is position 26. They got a plea offer about a year ago. They were not happy with it, so I told her to be optimistic and see if things are looking up. So, FYI, hint, hint, not, nudge, nudge. Okay. So, Mr. Jordan, if we can place Mr. Henderson and Miss Ginyard in a breakout room, please.
Got it, Your Honor. I heard you.
Thank you. And Mr. Robinson, I see your client's been placed in a breakout room. Are you still waiting to move?
I am, yes, Your Honor. It may be my fault.
Okay. Mr. Jordan, Mr. Robinson needs to be placed in the breakout room with Sean, note 10 plus.
Your Honor, I do have a brief announcement. We are going to accept the state's plea. As soon as I receive that via email and can sign with express permission on behalf of my client, we'll be ready to go forward.
All right. And would you be able to do the plea today, or did you want to do it on March 4th?
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding, the negotiation was they're going to null pros the DUI and he's going to plead guilty to the failure to maintain.
Okay. So if you would like to hold, as soon as you get the paperwork and you sign off on it, then we can address it. I can only do the plea once I have one of the prosecutors available.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Haddad, I'm not getting much luck on Miss Dawson. Did you want to, I mean, I didn't know whether you concluded.
Ma'am, Miss Dawson is here.
All right.
Ma'am, I'm here. What happened? Excuse me, Your Honor. What happened was I'm using a coworker's phone. Her phone is dead, and now I'm on tablet.
Okay. Do not leave the phone. Leave it on. Okay. Mr. Jordan, please place Mr. Haddad and panel FGW2 into a breakout room. Ms. Dawson, you're going to get a message on your screen to join a breakout room. I hope that works.
Please repeat that because I am on a laptop.
Okay, you should get a message on your screen that says join breakout room. If you can start your video, please, on the laptop.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Jarsmick and Ms. Riley, position 30. What's the announcement, please?
My client is going to continue to enter his not guilty plea. So it will need to be referred back to a trial division.
All right, this case is going to be further notice for a jury trial before Judge Roth. And is there a likelihood for a non-negotiated plea?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jarsmick. I appreciate you coming back and forth, but you know, it's easier than having to drive around, so.
Exactly. Well,
All right,
thank you for accommodating me, and I hope you all have a nice weekend.
You too, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Ms. Riley, we have a couple of individuals in the courtroom. Mr. Jones, if you'd like to come up to the podium. This is position 38. Mr. Jones does not qualify for the public defender's office, and he would like to see what is the state's offer to resolve the matter. Mr. Jones' case, Justin Warren Jones, is 20 CR 003-0568, in which he's presently appearing pro se. Mr. Jones, as I've already indicated, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. If you make comments about the actual facts of your case, those statements can be used against you. You have a right to an attorney as you do not qualify for a public defense counsel. You can hire your own private attorney, but you can also represent yourself. At the present time, if you're choosing to proceed self-represented, you have to understand that any comments made by the state and how it impacts your case and how the law impacts your case, that's something that's entirely your responsibility. Okay?
And if I was, I'm sorry, to take the reschedule, to take time to get a lawyer, is that still an option? Like
That's still an option,
If I'm not
yes.
interested in their plea
Correct.
offer, I can reschedule for the 4th. That'll give me time to seek out, get counsel.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so with regards to Mr. Jones' case, it's been so advised. Ms. Riley, what's the state's offer for Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor, it's 12 months probation, a family violence intervention program, probation to terminate or suspended upon completion of the program.
Right. So, Mr. Jones, if you decide to plead guilty to this offense, it would go on your records a guilty conviction. You also have the option of pleading no contest. If you've not pled no contest in the last 5 years, that's an option available to you.
What does that mean? No contest.
Well, in a simpler way of putting it, if you plead guilty and if a no contest plea, if you're not qualified to do so, and you get arrested again for battery, domestic violence, the state has the option of doing the second case as a felony. Whereas if you plead no contest, then that option is not available to the state.
What is no contest?
No contest means you're not challenging the charge. It's tantamount to a guilty plea, but you have this one small benefit on the side. All right? But this is just the offer. The offer is if you plead no contest or guilty to this charge, that you will be placed on probation for 12 months. You'll be given credit for any time you've served in the jail. And you would have, while you're on probation, you have to complete a 6-month domestic violence intervention program. You will report to probation every month. And while you're on probation, I will waive your probation fees for the first 7 months so that instead of paying probation, your money goes towards the classes. And if you complete the program within the next 7 months, then your probation will terminate. That's the offer.
No, thank you.
No?
No, I'll get a lawyer.
All right. So your case is going to be reset to March 4th, 2022. You will get a separate notice to appear again. You can appear in person, or as you've seen everyone appear via Zoom.
Yeah, it'll be the same courtroom or?
It's in the same courtroom. Yeah. And please retain your counsel within the next 7 days so that they have time to contact the prosecutor and get what we call discovery and perhaps revisit the matter on the 4th.
Am I allowed to see that information as
Oh
well?
yeah, your attorney has to share all the information with you.
If I don't have an attorney, is there any way for me to see it?
Yeah, you can demand discovery.
How do I do that?
You can file a request in writing and file that with the state court clerk's office up in J150.
J150? I think I've called them like 8
Or I can simply ask, Ms. Riley, do you have any discovery at the present time with regards to this case?
Yes, Your Honor, there is a police report that I can provide if I have an email address.
What's your email address, sir?
It's going to be my full name, justin.warren.jones@gmail.
justin.warren.jones@gmail.com.
I have the police report already. So.
Do you have any other information besides the accusations, the warrants, and the police report?
No, Your Honor, that would be all I have at this time.
All right, just go ahead and email that to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
No.
All right, we'll see you on the 4th. Best of luck. Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor. If I may make a notice to Ms. Riley. Ms. Riley, I still have not received your email. May I have your email address just to send you a test email to make sure that we're not holding the court up on waiting for that?
Certainly, I will send it to you in the chat.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, I have Miss Shayna Robinson, who is representing herself. Miss Shayna Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Henderson, that is one of the cases on your list. She does not qualify for the public defender's office, but she would like to speak to the prosecutor before she considers other options.
What number?
1919.
Thank you.
All right. In the meantime, Ms. Riley and Ms. McCutcheon, I'm going to be taking up pleas in positions 31 and 43. And 21, Mr. Chin, I will address that with Mr. Henderson once he is completed his interview with Ms. Shayna Robinson. So Mr. Jordan, if you may place Ms. Robinson in a breakout room with Mr. Henderson. And Ms. Ginyard, what's your announcement for position 26?
Your Honor, we are accepting the state's offer. And so we would like to be placed on the March 4th calendar. Mr. Henderson shared with me that he needed to reaccuse the document.
All right. Position 26, Santiago Zanders is going to be reset to the committed plea calendar of March 4th, 2022. And we will send you a notice. I don't have the time at the present.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ginyard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
Your Honor, on position number 18,
Valera Dawson, yes, sir.
Your Honor, she does qualify. I'll be representing Ms. Dawson. It's got to be a not guilty plea unless the state is willing to dismiss, but I'd be happy to speak to Mr. Henderson. I think it's a reluctant victim or alleged victim, Judge. For what it's worth, but I'd be happy to talk to Mr. Henderson.
All right, I've got you in the queue for Mr. Henderson.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Meanwhile, we're going to address Mr. Mooney's case. Ms. McCutcheon and Ms. Riley, who will be?
Your Honor, I have Mr. Mooney.
All right, position 31. All right,
Yes,
German
Judge. Mr. Stepanoff is here as well on the meeting. Hopefully he can unmute. There he is.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here, sir. All right, we are addressing case 20 CR 0019208 with regards to State versus German Stepanoff. Mr. Stepanoff, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and Mr. Kevin Mooney is representing you. This is going to be a negotiated plea hearing. And for purposes of the plea, Mr. Stepanoff, may I please place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the other left hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Stepanoff, I'm first going to hear from the prosecutor with regards to the plea offer, and then I'll hear from your attorney. After that, I will ask you some questions to make sure that you are entering the plea in an intelligent, knowing, and voluntary manner.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Riley?
Yes, Your Honor. The plea recommendation is to 1 count of reckless driving. The other charges are to be null pros, and that is 12 months, $700 fine, 40 hours of community service, a drug and alcohol evaluation, any treatment that is recommended, a risk reduction, and to attend a victim impact panel.
1 victim impact panel, correct?
1, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else?
That is all.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mooney?
Judge, this is negotiated. We asked that the state or the court, I'm sorry, accept the state's offer as negotiated. This is Mr. Stepanoff's first DUI case, and we had motions a little over a year ago with Judge Roth, and certain issues were resolved one way or the other, and it became a case that was probably a good case for us to try if it came to it. But I think this resolution does justice, and Mr. Stepanoff is willing to perform what he needs to perform on probation to settle the matter.
All right. How much time did he spend in jail?
Your Honor, Do not have the jail time. I apologize.
No, that's all right. I was just curious.
I don't know the answer either. Mr. Stepanoff, how long were you in the jail when you got arrested?
I wasn't in the jail, like few hours, like
Okay.
in police department.
All right, so we'll just keep it to 24 months unless you want to give him credit for 1 day. All right, Mr. Stepanoff, and excuse me, Mr. Mooney, does the defense stipulate to factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stepanoff, with regards to this particular plea offer, first of all, are you under the influence of any kind of medication, drugs, or alcohol beverages that may hinder your ability to understand the proceedings?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Stepanoff, with regards to representation, are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
If you decide to accept this plea of guilty to 1 count of reckless driving, you would have to give up your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to have all these charges tried before in a court of law, to be able to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's evidence, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, present your defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea today?
Yes.
And who's forcing you to take a plea today?
Who is forcing?
Let me rephrase the question.
Yes.
Are you being forced to take the plea today, or are you doing so voluntarily?
Voluntarily.
All right. With regards to 1 count of reckless driving, how do you plead?
Reckless driving, guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to be placed on probation. While you are on probation, you shall pay a $700 fine.
Mhm.
You shall complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. You shall complete 1 alcohol and drug evaluation. And if the provider recommends any treatment, you shall submit yourself to said treatment. You're also to complete a risk reduction program and attend 1 victim impact panel program. If you complete all these conditions, your probation will then be converted to non-reporting.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Riley?
Your Honor, the state said that they were not opposed to a nolo contendere, and I believe Mr. Stepanoff, if the court would give him a nolo contendere, was asking it for that.
All right. Ms. Riley, was there any objection to a nolo contendere?
There was no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Stepanoff, would you like to amend your plea to a no contest or nolo contendere?
Yes.
Can you explain me a little bit?
Mr. Mooney, please proceed.
Mr. Stepanoff, nolo contendere is essentially you indicating that you are not contesting the charge against you. It's similar to a guilty plea, but for that the Department of Driver Services will consider it differently and not apply any points on your driving record if you haven't pled to a no contest or nolo contendere sometime in the last 5 years.
Okay, understand.
Right. So would you like to amend your plea to a nolo contendere or no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll accept your plea of nolo contendere. The sentence remains the same, and it will be non-reporting once you've completed all the conditions. I don't believe I have probation. Is probation online?
They're not on. But if we can get Mr. Mooney to fill out the contact, I'll email him the contact paperwork.
I've already emailed the contact paperwork to Mr. Stepanoff. He has it. If he could fill that out, send it back to me, I can send it to you, Mr. Jordan, or pass it on to probation.
You can send it to me, that's fine. You can send it to me and I'll forward it probation for you.
Okay,
All right.
great.
Thank you.
Mr. Stepanoff, please fill out all the necessary paperwork your attorney has sent you, and that way we can facilitate the probation to start the case on you. And you have to report to probation within 48 hours of this sentence. So I'm going to put on the record, you have to report by Wednesday morning.
Understand.
All right. So as soon as probation gets you the information, they will be able to send your attorney where you need to report and so forth and so on.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Mr. Mooney, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, that concludes this case. Thank you very much. Moving on to position 43, we have Rashawn Saunders, I believe. And Mr. Attorney Jeremy Robinson.
Sorry, Your Honor, I wasn't sure if you called for me or not. Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I haven't received the plea. I did get the respond email from ASG Riley on my test email, but I have not gotten the actual plea to sign on behalf of my client. And so I'm
let's see what the holdup is. Ms. Riley, is there any problem with sending the paperwork to Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, it was sent as an attachment to the reply to the test email.
Okay, no, then I got it then. I've got it. Your Honor, all I need if you would give me maybe 5 minutes to sign it, and I will scan it back in and send it over to Miss Riley, and then I think we can move forward.
All right, that'll be fine. 5
Thank
minutes.
you, Your Honor.
Mr. Saunders will be with you shortly. Mr. Sanders, excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Henderson, have you had a chance to speak to Ms. Robinson? I'm sorry, you're on mute, sir.
I communicated the offer to her, Your Honor. That's, she did not seem inclined to want to enter a guilty plea.
Ms. Robinson, my goodness, I hope she's still with us.
There she comes.
Mr. Chin, all right, if you'd like to sit on the one of the benches back there, please. Careful of those doors, they make a lot of noise. Okay. There's noise. If you'd just like to have a seat right there, we'll be with you very shortly. Thank you. Ms. Shauna Robinson, if you could please unmute and start your video.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Robinson, I understand that you've been relayed an offer by Prosecutor Henderson. What is your announcement?
I didn't agree to it, so I wanted to plead not guilty.
All right. All right, this Mrs. Shana Robinson, you were accused of driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, and failure to use the turn signal. Okay, so we are going to further note, are you going to hire an attorney?
So I just spoke with my mom. Like I said, I had one when this first started 4 years ago, but I couldn't afford to continue to pay him. And so we just talked about trying to find one that accepts payments within the time that I have until the next court date.
Your next court date is going to be March 4th. It's going to be on the arraignment calendar. You have to retain an attorney within the next 14 days, 2 weeks. That would give your attorney adequate time to reach out to Mr. Don Henderson to see if he can negotiate an alternative plea for you. All right?
Okay.
But I'm giving you a deadline right now. Today is the 4th. You have till the 18th to hire your attorney, and make sure your attorney reaches out to Prosecutor Don Henderson.
Don Henderson.
Right. And when I see your case on March 4th, I expect that all to be done.
And if I'm unable to acquire an attorney,
then you're in trouble with me.
I'm sorry if I'm coming off laughing, or I'm not
This
sure
is no,
how.
this is no laughing matter.
No,
This case
I'm
has been,
not
this is
laughing.
case
I'm
has
sorry,
been,
Your
no, do
Honor.
not interrupt. This case has been around since 2018. There's been plenty of time to resolve this matter. You have, if you do not have an attorney on March 4th, then like I said, you'll be in trouble with me, and we will deal with it on March 4th.
May I just say something? Like I said, I did have an attorney, and I wasn't getting, I had no.
I've already
received no
heard your,
emails.
I've already heard your excuse. I'll see you on March 4th. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Position 19 is further notice to March 4th with counsel. All right, we're still waiting. So Mr. Haddad, I'm ready to address Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin, if you'd like to take that platform, please. And Mr. Haddad, are we ready to proceed with the plea?
I am, Judge.
All right, and Mr. Chin, we ready?
Yes.
All right. And this is position 21. This is case 20 CR 000-606A, State versus James Chin, accused of battery, domestic violence, 2 counts of, excuse me, 4 counts of cruelty in the 3rd degree and criminal trespass, domestic violence from a January 3rd, 2020 incident. Mr. Chin is represented by the Public Defender's Office, specifically Mr. Joanne Haddad, and counsel for prosecution is Mr. Don Henderson. With regards to these allegations, we are going to address a plea matter. Mr. Chin has been advised of his right to remain silent. For purposes of the plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Henderson, with regards to Mr. Chin, what is the plea offer?
Your Honor, the plea offer is to the criminal trespass. There would be 12 months probation. Can be non-reporting, but only one condition is a stay away from the victim in this case. And it's my understanding that the defendant is living in Tennessee now. So there's no further contact necessary.
All right, and just give me a moment, please.
I'm looking for the name.
Oh, and I think
I
I wrote
have
it.
Brittany Durham. Is that correct? Would that be correct, Mr. Henderson? I have
Yes.
Brittany Durham. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And with regard to this negotiated offer, probation's not online. Okay. Mr. Haddad?
Your Honor, this is negotiated plea. Since the request is non-reporting, I don't know if probation, he doesn't, there's really no condition other than a stay away. They were in a relationship back then, Judge. He spent about a week in custody before he bonded out. He moved on. They don't have any children. He's not had any contact with her. She's not contacted him. He lives in Tennessee. I would just ask the court to follow the recommendation from the state. The goal is my client wishes to resolve the case today. He drove all the way from Chattanooga. Clearly, he's taking this very seriously, Judge. Want to resolve the case and move on, Judge.
Do you have the contact sheet information with his address, phone number, and email that you can transmit to probation?
I do, Judge. Yes, Judge.
All right. Okay. Normally, they like the individuals to report the first time, but if you have the contact information, then I'll have probation reach out to Mr. Chin, either via Zoom, phone, or email to set up the case. It will be a non-reporting case, but it's important that we get that contact information to relate to probation.
I sure will, Judge.
Okay. And furthermore, Mr. Haddad, does the defense stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, Judge. Yes, we do stipulate to the venue and the
Factual basis and ID.
Factual basis. Thank you. Yes, Judge.
All right. And with regards to all the other remaining charges, Mr. Henderson, we will be submitting a null pros?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now that I got the legal stuff down. Mr. Chin, are you under the influence of any kind of medication or alcoholic beverages?
No.
Have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
No? And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney, Mr. Haddad?
Yes.
And if you decide to plead, is this a guilty plea, Mr. Haddad?
Yes, Judge.
If you decide to plead guilty to criminal trespass, domestic violence, one count, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, have your case heard in a court of law before a judge or a jury, to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's case, present your defenses, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove all these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yeah.
Is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No.
And how do you plead to one count of criminal trespass, domestic violence?
Yeah.
Your sentence is 12 months. The entire sentence will be served on probation. I will waive your in-person meeting with probation as long as we have the contact information. If you do not hear from probation within the next 7 to 10 days, please contact Mr. Haddad and let them know that probation hasn't reached out to you, because it's very important that they do so. Otherwise, you could be in a revocation status. Understood?
Yes.
All right. The only thing we ask that while you're on non-reporting probation is that you do not contact Brittany Durham at all. You stay 200 yards away. Do not contact her in person, third party, through any kind of social media, phone or computer device.
I haven't done anything yet.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, sir. That's it. Case is concluded. Thank you for being so patient. Yes, sir.
I would just like to get like the declaration paper, because I got a job, so I want them to know exactly what's going on today. So instead of me having to come down or have you email it, well, I can have it so I can show it to them when I get back to Chattanooga for, just for my job.
Well, we can issue a disposition because I'm going to sign off on it today, but I still need to get the plea paperwork from Mr. Haddad with regards to your case. So,
I did submit it to Ms. Bolton. I wasn't sure if that's the person I need to send it to.
yes, that would be the litigation manager to send it to. Ms. Bolton, will we be able to? I'm sorry. Mr. Haddad, since I have Mr. Chin in the courtroom, do you have any objection to me signing off on this paperwork?
Not at all, Judge. Not at all.
Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, Mr. Chin, I've put an X on page 1 and an X on page 2. There's a pen right there in the podium underneath. Do you see it? All right, just go ahead and sign these, please, Ms. Patrona. All right, that concludes this case as well. Mr. Saunders, are you ready, Mr. Robinson?
Your Honor, I have submitted the signed plea agreement to the state. I believe she probably has received it, and we're ready, Your Honor.
Oh, great.
And Mr. Saunders, for the purpose of the courtroom, when the judge is speaking to you, if you could speak loudly and clearly so the judge can hear you over Zoom.
Oh, thank you. All right, Ms. Bolton, it's printed back and forth, front and back of a sheet of paper. Yeah, I know. So here you go. That's all right. So as soon as we get the paperwork file, we can give you a copy. If you'd like to have a seat in the gallery, we'll get that to you. Thank you. All right, and Ms. Riley, Ms. McCutcheon, Who is, okay, Ms. Riley.
It is mine. Yes, Your Honor.
So we are addressing position 43, 20 CR 003-5328, State versus Rashawn Sanders, accused of DUI, let's say, failure to maintain lane or improper lane change from a May 2nd, 2019 incident, allegedly in Fulton County. Mr. Sanders has been advised of his right to remain silent, and he's represented by attorney Jeremy Robinson. Mr. Sanders, for purposes of the plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Riley, what is the recommended plea offer in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, we have insufficient evidence to proceed on the DUI. So it would be a plea to 1 count of failure to maintain lane and a $100 fine.
Mr. Robinson, anything else to add?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate the state's sharing the sentiment. We'd ask that Your Honor would approve the offer the state has provided to us.
And the defense will stipulate to factual basis, venue, and ID with regards to failure to maintain lane?
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
All right. And Ms. Riley, you will submit a null cross on the DUI?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sanders, are you under the influence of any kind of medication, alcoholic beverages at the present time?
No, ma'am.
Have you understood the proceedings as they've occurred so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with the representation of your attorney, Mr. Robinson, sorry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, if you decide to plead guilty to failure to maintain lane, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence with regards to both these charges, have the assistance of counsel to present your defenses and argue your case in a court of law. You would also have to give up your right to have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your plea being entered freely, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you plead to 1 count of failure to maintain lane?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Your sentence is going to be $100 fine, and if it's paid within 30 days, you will not have to be placed on probation. Is it payable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let me see, Mr. Jordan, may he pay it on that fultonstate.org website, or does he have to pay it directly to the clerk's office?
He's got to pay it at the Treasury office, Judge, and TG 600.
Okay.
So I would say wait until, when do you want him to pay it by?
Mr. Sanders, when would you like to pay it? Monday would be a good time.
As soon as possible, Your Honor.
All right, so Monday at room TG 600 at the Fulton
Yes,
County
Judge.
State Court.
185 Central Avenue. So we'll
excuse
put
me.
the disposition in, so he can pay it at the cashier's office. But it's 185 Central Avenue, TG 600.
All right, any other questions, Mr. Sanders?
No, ma'am. I appreciate
Uh-huh.
Your Honor.
No problem. Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sanders, that concludes the case. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. All right, is there anybody else's case whom I've not addressed? I see Miss. All right, let me just go through the calendar and then we'll take it up as we go along. Okay, position 1, Rodriguez is reset to March 4th. I don't know why I want to say that name, Rodriguez. So that's reset to March 4th, pending discovery to be submitted. Position 2 is reset to March 4th for a plea. Position 3 is null crossed. And Mr. Henderson, we will see a proposed order, correct? Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute, but I'll just take that as a yes. Okay.
I just finished the 16 from this morning, Judge. I'm working
All
on
right.
these.
No problem, no problem. Position 4, Sarah Eckerlin is null frost. Position 5 and position 6 are reset to March 4th for the plea on both cases. Position 7 is further notice to Judge Roth's division for a jury trial. Position 8 is reset to March 4th for a plea. Position 9 reset to March 4th for a plea. Position 10 is dismissed. Position 11, Mr. Deandre Cosby did not appear. I'm going to reset that to my plea calendar. Is also going to be a show cause calendar for a bench warrant. Position 12, Roderick Walker. I didn't get a report from Ms. McCutcheon regarding Roderick Walker.
Yes, Judge, it was my understanding, and I don't see Ms. Rockwell. I gave a plea offer on that case, and I thought Ms. Rockwell was going to make an announcement as to whether or not she accepted or rejected, or I think she wanted to inquire of the court as to the court's position on the withdrawal of non-negotiated pleas, but I do not see Ms. Rockwell on the Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Walker, have you been in touch with your attorney, Ms. Rockwell?
No, ma'am. I haven't. I was waiting for her to come back on too. So I mean, I don't know.
Okay. We'll wait and hopefully she'll come back. We need to know what the announcement is for this case.
Okay.
Right. All right, waiting on position 12, Ms. Rockwell. Okay, all right. Position 13, Michael Bonds is reset to March 4th. Attorney had a leave of absence, so March 4th will be the first available date. Position 14 is reset to March 4th for a plea. Position 15, Dixon is transferred to DUI court. The file and the order will be issued by that division. The file has to be sent to that division. Position 16 is reset to March 4th for arraignment. Position 17, West is reset to March 4th. He's currently detained in state prison, I understand. So an attorney is Andrew Wilhelm. Position 18 is Valere Dawson. Mr. Haddad?
Yes, Judge, I was hoping to be able to speak to Mr. Henderson, but the bottom line is I think there's a non.
Yes, Madam President.
Ms. Dawson is still on, Judge. I think it's going to be a non-cooperating victim, Judge. I'm sure Mr. Henderson will probably need to follow up on it, but essentially what I'm saying, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty unless somebody wants to reset it for a later date.
Mr. Henderson, I'm going to reset this case to March 4th, 2022, and on the arraignment calendar. If after you've confirmed, if you want to confer with Mr. Haddad during that time until March 4th, as well as with victim advocate, maybe we'll get a resolution on that date.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can Ms. Dawson be excused, Your Honor?
Yes,
Please.
Ms. Dawson, your next court date is March 4th. We'll get an announcement from the
Yes,
state
ma'am.
as to how they want to proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Would
All
that,
right,
would that be through Zoom or do I need to call off work?
It's through Zoom. It's through
Yes,
Zoom.
ma'am. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. You're free to go.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Have a blessed
Thank
day.
you, Judge.
Your Honor, respectfully, I hate to interrupt the court. I called Ms. Rockwell. She's trying to get on. If the host can let her in, she said she's having difficulty.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Position 19, Robinson is reset to the March 4th arraignment calendar. Position 20 is reset to March 4th, the plea calendar. Position 21 was a plea today. Position 22, Janisha Emmons did not appear, is reset to the March 4th show cause calendar. Position 23, we're going to reset it to March 4th for a plea. Position 24, Emily Smith, is going to be reset to March 4th for a plea. Miss Riley, apparently Attorney Burgess got incorrect forms with a different defendant's name.
Your Honor, I've already submitted the correct.
Okay,
form.
excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Position 25 is reset to March 4th for a plea. Oh, excuse me, for an update on whether pretrial diversion is available for Sergey Mabalance, given the change in personnel for pretrial diversion. If we can get confirmation as to whether that case is approved, that would be wonderful. All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Position 26 is Zanders is reset to March 4th for a plea. Position 27 is reset to March 4th for a committed plea with a court reporter present and the state to notify the family members who want to be present. Position 28, Leon Joseph. Well, we had someone different report for him, but Leon Joseph is technically not present. So reset to March 4th show cause calendar. Position 29, Anderson is a no-show. Devin Anderson, so that's reset to the show cause calendar of March 4th. Position 30 is further notice for jury trial with Judge Roth. 31 was a plea taken today. Position 32 is further notice to Judge Roth jury trial calendar. Position 33, Celia Reed, is reset to the March 4th plea calendar. 34, Radiant Young is reset for arraignment on March 4th. And I think that was the issue with getting video discovery. So hopefully something will happen. Position 35, Alexis Griffin is a no-show, reset to March 4th show cause calendar. Position 36, Fleetwood, is March 4th arraignment calendar. Position 37 is reset to the March 4th plea calendar. Position 38 is reset to the March 4th plea calendar. Position 39 is reset to the March 4th plea calendar. Position 40 is further notice to Judge Roth trial calendar. Position 41, further notice to Judge Roth trial calendar. 42 is reset to the March 4th arraignment calendar. Position 43 is, this was a plea. Position 44 is reset to the March 4th arraignment calendar. 45 is March 4th arraignment calendar. 46 is reset to the March 4th arraignment calendar. So any corrections, questions?
Your Honor, just to be clear, and this might not be the best time to ask, but is it the same dates that there's a plea arraignment? Is it the same calendar, or is it going to be one at 9, one at 11?
We're going to have the regular arraignment plea and arraignment calendar, and then we're going to have another calendar for committed pleas, where commitments have been made to take a plea. They just need paperwork and everything to take place. And that same committed plea calendar, we're also going to have the show cause for bench warrants. Okay?
Sounds good, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Rockwell, we are ready to proceed on position 12 with Mr. Walker.
Judge, how does that work on a non-negotiated plea?
On a non-negotiated plea, if the state will articulate their plea offer as well as the factual basis and the reasons to support that plea offer, and then the defense will articulate their recommendation, and the reasons why their recommendation should be accepted, I will consider the two recommendations and let you know which recommendation I'm going to accept. After that, your client will then decide whether he or she wants to proceed with the with my
Okay.
decision.
Okay, let me talk to him real quick, Judge.
All right. Do you need to be in a breakout or are you calling him? I guess calling him.
Your Honor, may I be excused as the court?
Yes,
wishes?
Mr. Haddad, you are free to go.
All right, thank you,
Um,
Judge.
Thank you. Take care.
Good to
Ms.
see you.
Riley, Mr. Henderson, Ms. Gant, you are all free to go. I think it's only Ms. McCutcheon and Ms. Rockwell.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Oh, my tummy. Okay, I think Miss Rockwell is trying to connect back, and I'm not sure why Mr. Stefanoff is coming back. Miss Rockwell? I think we might have hit the magic hour for Zoom.
I think it made time out.
I will try to call Miss Rockwell again, Judge, to see what is the issue.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jordan, could you place me and Judge Roth in a breakout room, please? And I'll be shortly.
And Mr. Jordan, Miss Rockwell is trying to get on and she says she cannot.
I think Ms. Smith just let her on a few minutes.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you, sir.
Because I don't see her in the waiting room.
Okay.
And Mr. Jordan, could you place me and Judge Roth in a breakout room, please?
Oh, okay, good.
Briefly.
Hello, Judge Roth.
See all the nice comments he's made about you.
Oh, really? Oh, thank you, Judge.
So she should be coming in now, Ms. McCutcheon. She just
Thank
popped
you,
back up.
Mr. Jordan. Thank you.
So I thought Ms. Smith was over there, but she came all the way over here where I'm
Okay.
at.
You know what? We're off the record, but you know what? I've known Renee probably for almost 30 years. And Renee, you haven't
Yeah.
changed a bit.
Oh, you need to get some more glasses then. Yeah, I'm getting
Mr. Jordan,
older.
you know, we can always expect Miss Rockwell. She might not be on time, but she's going to show up.
No, but you know what? I'm somewhere on time.
Okay, Renee.
Did y'all need to do a breakout room?
No, we're ready. We just need to.
No,
make
we're
the announcement
ready.
to the
Oh,
judge.
just waiting on the judge? Okay.
We're just waiting on the judge, yes.
All right.
We're about 6 months apart.
Oh, gosh, Renee, really?
This is what I'm going to need you to do for me, just so I can, make sure I'm correctly reporting. Can you look and see how much credit time he had? Because there was some crazy bond, like $22,000 bond cash.
I think that's reasonable in light of the facts, but let me look and see what went on with him and how much
He
deal
said
time.
it could be like around 23 days, 30, whatever it was. I mean,
Okay, let me try to check. You know what, Renee, I wonder if he was taken to City of Atlanta because I don't see any booking information for him in the Fulton County Jail. He's March 6, 1975, last name Roderick, first name Walker.
No. Last name Walker, first name Roderick.
Right. Last name Walker, first name Roderick. Roderick Walker, 3/6/1975. I don't see any booking information for him at the Fulton County Jail. So I don't know if he was maybe taken to City of Atlanta pre-trial.
All I know is he made a cash bond. It was crazy high. And it took him a good little while to get the money up. I'm talking about cash.
Okay.
So, you don't
It
call
was
it.
Fulton County Jail. The booking number is 191
Oh, wait a minute, 191.
4994.
Can you see the credit
Mr.
time?
Jordan can always find information. Thank you, Mr. Jordan, because I put in his
So
name.
yeah, it looks like he paid was it 15,000 cash bond?
Plus all the whistles and bells.
As he should have, Miss Rockwell.
Michelle,
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying he had to, it took him some while.
1914994. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I don't know why I couldn't find him when I tried to put his name in. Okay, Renee, and there's those easily identifiable birthmarks or other identifying factors. So let's see. Yeah, it was 10,000 on the battery and 5,000 on cash on the simple battery, total of 5,000. And it shows that he stayed in the Fulton County Jail from the time he was booked in on August 3rd of 2019 to the time he was released on August 21st of 2019. He spent a total of 19 days.
Okay.
So, which in Fulton County time would be what, 38?
No, in Fulton County, it'd be like 19 months.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm saying, but on paper, it would be.
You're right.
Yeah, 38 days. So he served credit for time served, which would be 19 days. Is this your last court appearance today, Renee?
Thank God. And then I got to start worrying about Monday. Let's see. Clayton County first. Dunaway for 2.
Tell my little brother I said hello.
And then y'all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Zooms.
Well,
today.
At least you're off tomorrow. I have to handle our jail calendar tomorrow. So.
Well, I'm sure somebody will get arrested tonight and I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Oh, you may very well, yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, I used to always joke before we had the complaint room, remember when everything came through City of Atlanta, and I used to always say, Renee Rockwell's name must be written on the bathroom wall somewhere over there. We used to get all those bindovers from City of Atlanta Municipal Court to Superior Court, and you had a lot of, back in the 90s, Renee, your practice did well.
That was so much fun at that little municipal court. We go for our little prelims.
Well, see, I never worked in municipal court. I was in the DA's office, but we got all the bindovers. Remember, we didn't have the complaint room. And so everything was bound over from municipal court. And then I think we didn't get the complaint room to, I think, 99 or 2000 is when Mr. Howard started the complaint room. But before that, everything went through all the preliminary hearings were at the municipal court, City of Atlanta.
They absolutely were. Do you remember? Okay, so the same time Paul was doing the complaint room, Dee Downs had concocted this non-complex calendar. Remember?
Right. Okay.
They
The
were
judge is
both-
back, Ms. Rockwell.
All right. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Judge. We were reminiscing, Ms. Rockwell and I, from 25 years ago.
Okay. Well, I can go back and talk to Judge Ross.
Oh, no, Judge. We're ready. We're ready. It's Friday afternoon.
All right.
The state made.
Sorry, Judge Roth. I know you. I clicked out just as you were saying something. Was it something else? Or you can text me or email me. Okay. All right. Renee, we are going to position 12. I'm sorry, Miss Rockwell. And we have your client, Roderick Walker. And what's the announcement?
Judge, we're gonna tender a non-negotiated plea. We're a little too far apart.
Okay, so we are going to address 19 CR 0066448. This is going to be a non-negotiated plea hearing, and Mr. Walker needs to appear also via video.
Now, Your Honor, I've not sent any plea paperwork to Ms. Rockwell, so I would need to at least send her the plea paperwork if we're going to tender the plea today, even though it's non-negotiated. So do you want to do it today, or do you want to put it on the March 4th, or do you just want to see what the judge is inclination?
No. We're going to do a plea today. I'm going to accept one or two.
All right.
So send the paperwork now.
Okay.
Okay, so do you want me to, I can go over his rights and all that with him. And in Superior Court, we let the judge sign our names to the paperwork. Do y'all?
Here we are allowing the attorneys to sign off on the plea paperwork with the client's express permission.
Okay, well, let me do that, and I'll go over that with him.
Okay.
Do you want me, okay, I'm just gonna have to relocate to my printer so I can print it out and fill it out and sign it and scan it back to you.
And I'm preparing it now to send to you. So Your Honor, respectfully, can we have maybe 5 minutes?
I'm going to give you all a 15-minute recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
All right, it's 3:40, 3:55, we'll resume.
And Judge, I apologize. My recommendation is significant jail time, so I did not know that the defendant would agree to go forward today. So thank you, Your Honor. Well,
we're going forward on a non-negotiated basis, right, Madam Prosecutor?
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 15 minutes, we'll resume. Thank you.
15.
All right, folks, it's 3:55. Ms. Rockwell is yet to come back into the Zoom, and Mr. Walker change their mind.
Hello again, Your Honor. I've sent the paperwork over, and so I
All right.
just waiting for Ms. Rockwell.
Sounds good. While we have, all the cases that we've set for pleas for March 4th, could you make sure your office sends all the paperwork to the defendant's counsel so they can be up and ready to go?
Will do, Your Honor.
So I know I don't want any lags just because they say they don't have the paperwork.
Yes, received, Your Honor. I'll make certain that all the attorneys of record receive the plea paperwork prior to the March 4th court date.
And I'm sorry, I hardly gave you all any breaks, but I just want to make sure all the breakout rooms. Now, here was the suggestion. Do you think we can stop the recording and live stream until Ms. Rockwell appears, Mr. Jordan?